Me whenever. Okay. Welcome, everyone. This is a regular meeting of the Flagler Beach City Commission. It's Thursday, August 20th, 2020 at 5:32. And we will continue until all items are complete. If you have a cell phone, will you please put it on silent? Thank you. And we'll ask the mayor to lead us in the Pledge of Allegiance. And we'll follow the pledge with a moment of silence for our veterans, members of the armed forces, and first responders. And I'd like you to keep a couple of people in your thoughts that we have lost due to COVID. Thank you.
I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
Thank you. And while we're thinking of people, the city lost its only poet laureate. I'm sure you've heard about Stan Drescher. He was a great community member in many respects for the whole county. And he died, I don't think it was from the virus. He was 88 and passed away in his sleep, which is the way to go. Just keep his family in your thoughts. And another thing before we get started, recently the commission has had some discussions about behavior at meetings where we will show nothing but respect for each other. Doesn't mean we have to agree, but if you have something to say, please say it in a respectful manner, and we will make every attempt to treat you that way as well. Okay, end of speeches. And Linda, if you would do your proclamation to our ladies back there.
Are the ladies dressed up? Are those the ones that I'm giving the proclamation? In the 100-year-old clothes? If you guys just want to come up here and I'll read this. This is a proclamation commemorating the 100th anniversary of the 19th Amendment to the U.S. Constitution, giving women the right to vote. Whereas the women's suffrage movement began as an organized fight for women's equality in 1848, when women demanded the right to vote during the first Women's Rights Convention in Seneca Falls, New York, and whereas suffrage spent many years campaigning, marching, picketing, and lobbied for the women's right to vote while experiencing arrests, punishment, cruelty, and banishment, and whereas on May 21st, 1919, after 72 years of the suffragist activism, the United States House of Representatives finally approved the Susan B. Anthony Amendment, the 19th Amendment to the U.S. Constitution, which guaranteed women the right to vote, followed by approval by the United States Senate on June 4th, 1920. The amendment was then sent to the individual states to be ratified by 3/4 of the then 48 states. And whereas on August 18, 1920, by a vote of 50 to 47, Tennessee became the 36th and final state needed to ratify the 19th Amendment, Secretary of State Bainbridge Coby issued a proclamation declaring the 19th Amendment to be officially added to the United States Constitution effective August 26, 1920. The ratification of the 19th Amendment forever protects American women's right to vote. And whereas the state of Florida did not officially ratify the Susan B. Anthony 19th Amendment to the Constitution granting women the right to vote until May 13, 1969, and whereas following the ratification of the 19th Amendment, almost 200 Flagler County women registered to vote in the November 2, 1920 presidential election, which resulted in Warren G. Harding's election as president. 100 years later, Flagler County has over 46,000 women registered to vote in the November 3, 2020 election. Now, therefore, be it proclaimed by the Flagler Beach City Commission that they proclaim August 26, 2020 as the 100th anniversary of the 19th Amendment to the Constitution, which gave women the right to vote. And we'll give this to you guys. Do they have a microphone down here?
Oh, the podium.
Do you guys have anything you'd like to say?
I'm Kim Medley. I'm with AAUW Flagler, and I want to thank the commissioners today for this proclamation. AAUW Flagler has been doing research for going on 2 years now. We simply wanted to find out who the first woman was in Flagler to register and vote, and we've discovered so much more. We passed out a flyer to you regarding Mrs. Alice Scott Abbott of Bunnell. She delivered the first Votes for Women speech in St. Augustine, Florida in 1893. She came here, she moved to Bunnell in 1913, and she worked tirelessly to make sure that once the 19th Amendment passed, that women here in Flagler County would register so that their votes couldn't be challenged. She lost her life 12 days before the historic election. We're working very hard to add her to the wall at the Florida Women's Hall of Fame in Tallahassee. So if you could take a few minutes, call Governor DeSantis, email Governor DeSantis, and let's add Alice to that wall. Thank you.
All that dressing up, please.
And for those who didn't hear, the President of the United States has forgiven Susan B. Anthony for her crime of voting. So she's been pardoned. Thank you, ladies. I guess Mr. Hadid is not here.
No, I sent it to Denise.
The one time we'd like.
Yeah.
But, you know, I think because it's off, we're usually the second and fourth, so
Yeah.
it's throwing everybody off. But I did send it to them, they were aware.
Just sent me a text, I remind him about the meeting, so I haven't heard back from him yet. So hopefully he'll call in.
You have an update?
I've got an update, but I'm not at liberty to disclose.
Darn.
Yeah, I guess we all know what's been put on Facebook and next door, but I'd like to hear it officially from,
I did put in your packet the
Yeah.
press release that they put out yesterday.
Yeah.
So I don't know if you want
yeah, maybe I'll,
to, it might not be in your packet, but I have a copy here because I just gave it to you.
I think that's what triggered all the
yeah,
social
here it
media
is.
too.
You did give it to
It's
us.
the county press release. So.
Yeah, it's the county's press release, so I guess it doesn't answer some of the details that we might have questions about. But for those who haven't read this yet, this was put out by Julie Murphy, the county communications manager, dated yesterday. Flagler County officials had a successful meeting with the Army Corps of Engineers on Wednesday that resulted in a pledge to complete the Dunes project, even if it means eliminating a half-block section just north of the South 28th Street boundary. The Army Corps of Engineers is definitely going to work with us to move this project forward, said County Administrator Jerry Cameron. They're working on an option that, quite frankly, is requiring them to jump through hoops, but they're doing it. Currently, the project consists of 2.6 miles from the north side of South 6th Street to the south side of South 28th Street. Flagler County has successfully secured more than $17 million in state and federal funding for the beach restoration for this stretch. Flagler County has been working diligently to, yay! Well, I'll finish reading.
Stop reading now.
While Al's getting his stuff together, I'll finish reading. Flagler County's been working diligently to secure access easements of 141 affected parcels. As of Wednesday, 11 owners responsible for 13 of those parcels had yet to agree to grant access for the project to move forward. We've reached a point where those holdouts are preventing us from protecting miles of our beach, our roadway, our businesses, and our residents, Cameron said. This is about public safety, so we have to take some last resort measures. Property owners that have provided access easements have not relinquished any rights to use and enjoy their parcels, to have walkovers or decks subject to normal permitting requirements, to prohibit the public from traversing their dunes to access the beach, or to sell it to another. They've only granted permission for the work to be done on their dunes, including allowing agencies to replenish and maintain the dunes with sand and native vegetation. So that was the press release that was put out, and welcome, Mr. Hadid, please.
Hello, thank you very much. It's especially nice to be here tonight. Sorry I was a little late. You can imagine what I was working on, right?
Nah.
What an incredible show of support from the community for the efforts that have been of long standing. Oh my gosh, how many years now?
Almost 20.
Yeah, and then post Matthew, recovering from that, and Irma, and on. I mean, the tremendous amount of pain that was inflicted in the community, and now I would say to you, salvation is in sight. The Army Corps was very impressed with the grassroots effort. You all know, it's been widely reported. I don't know that anybody doesn't know, but I understand somebody told me that they've collected even more money.
Mm-hmm.
I mean, I wasn't even aware of that. And by the way, just to make it clear, I'm sure you already know this, but just for the public and anyone who's not quite sure, the county had nothing to do with this effort. This is a purely homegrown effort. We had heard chatter about it, ideas floated about it. A couple of people asked me about it. I said, look, the county can have nothing to do with this if such an effort, but there was never any real specific dialogue about going forward and doing it. And then we learned that they had launched. And I think when we learned they had launched, they had already, I'm trying to remember now, they had already collected like $10,000 or $12,000, and we're going, wow, off to the races. And in a very short time, and apparently continuing, they have garnered even more support from the community in order to deal with the attorney that is representing a number of the people, owners, as well as those that are not being represented by council, and approaching them and discussing with them the execution of easements. Okay, so it's a totally independent effort, and for that, by the way, we have, and I'm sure you're going to do it in some appropriate way, so are we, that is the county government, to thank Carla Klein and Craig Addick for organizing it. Oh my gosh, and all the countless people that helped them and contributed. And also a big shout out, I'm going to tell you from my standpoint, a big shout out to Dennis Baer, who is volunteering his legal services, because I can't represent them. I cannot represent them, cannot give them legal advice, cannot make any representations on their behalf. That's just the rules. So Dennis is providing that legal service. As you know, he's been surfing here. I don't even want to give his age, but decades he's been surfing here. So he knows this beach, incredibly well. His practice is here, his heart is here. So he's getting to work on something he loves, and I know he holds this community very dear to his heart. So I can't give you anything exact on what they're doing because I'm not involved in that world. They're doing whatever their negotiations are, but given they've given us positive reports that they're making progress. And when we met, and it's by Zoom, with the Army Corps, wasn't face-to-face using electronic communication, they were very, very impressed with that, and they have allowed us and the GoFundMe people indirectly will be submitting another, what's called a certificate of land. That's the formal submittal, which is all the easements and all the other instruments that we're supposed to provide to fulfill our part of the obligation under the agreement. We did already make a certificate of land submittal. That was June 30, but it was missing, that's not, that seems like ages ago, right? I think we were missing, like 18 or 16 or 20? We were missing more than 15, and it was not obviously super well received by the Corps because there were so many breach points. But now, as you know, since then, we've gotten 6 easements on our own, and the GoFundMe group is making strides there. So we'll be submitting September 9th. That's our next, by the way, Board of County Commissioners meeting. And that will allow the GoFundMe group to secure whatever they can secure, and we can put it in our package that goes to the Corps. Okay, so what happens if we have some that do not sign up? Well, we're going to deal with those. The Corps is aware of where all the properties are that are subject to the program, where the owners haven't signed. And we're getting indications of where those signatures are coming from. One of the points that they raised with us, a particularly difficult area, which I think I've addressed with you before, you're aware, I know, either individually or here at your meetings, is the South 2700 block. We had a total 11 properties, 11 dune remnants, and we were able to secure 6. We were missing 5. And so that is the area where there are a lot of breach points. And so what the Corps said is they're going to take a serious look at segmenting that and taking it out of the project, but not 100% completely out of the project, depending upon what we're able to do, but to allow more extra effort with those owners so as to catch up with the rest, meaning from South 6 to the South 2600 block. And what we committed to do, talking to them, we committed to engage in whatever extraordinary efforts were needed, particularly now that we're bringing the number of holdouts down to a more manageable number, that we're going to do whatever we can to make sure this project gets done. We are committed to do every inch of the federal project. We think that we have a responsibility to the 6 owners in the 2700 block who signed for the restoration, that we'll use whatever efforts are necessary. Now, I'm not going to sit here and tell you what those are because I don't know how it's all going to end up, but we're prepared to do that. We made that commitment to the Corps, and so they're going to take a look at the engineering data again. We should be getting some sort of report of some kind. I don't know what form it'll be from the GoFundMe group. We'll channel that to the Army Corps folks so they can look and see how that looks on the beachfront, where the gaps might be, and then plan from there. But there, I would say they are very committed on the follow-through, and we're very, very, very pleased by that. Now, with that good news comes the next challenge. As you know, we are going to do 2.5 additional miles beyond the federal project area, but because we've reached this very positive stage, we're going to go ahead and initiate that. And as you know, both project sections, when completed, will provide a restoration program from the Volusia County line all the way north to the retaining wall, which I think is about North 20th. I'm not sure about that address. North 22nd, somewhere, wherever it is, it'll merge right into that retaining wall. And we're using the same sand source for both projects. So it was really critical for us to get the federal project, launched and with the good prospect of going forward, so we can go forward with the remainder 2.5 miles. So we're going to be getting ready to launch that, and we're going to obviously cue you into that. We'll do the same things in terms of the mapping data, hopefully, because we have discussed this so much and it's been in the papers so much and social media and so forth. The people who are outside of the federal project area know enough about this that the smart thing to do is to sign up for the protection that's being offered by the funding that's been provided. We have the lease on the borrow site, the official signed lease from the United States government came in, executed, you know how they say you got to have it in writing. Well, we got it in writing, so we got the lease to that borrow site offshore that'll supply the full 5 miles plus. So that's a very positive development. So we'll be rolling that out. We're going to enlist you again. We're going to have to go through all this again. Hopefully we can do it in a shorter time period with people more educated about the merits of these programs and the merits of the restoration. And with that, I'd be happy to answer any questions.
Go ahead.
Do you know how many easements we're going to have to get the next round?
No, I'm sorry, I haven't looked. The numbers kind of are daunting. They're daunting numbers. It'll be about the same.
Okay.
You'll have an exact count.
Al, you were talking about marching north with the county portion of this project, and stopping where the seawall starts?
No, I don't know if it's
Where the
going to,
seawall
no, it's going
ends,
to.
I hope. Because we were told this is supposed to be a buried seawall. And right now, it's partially exposed already. And I was hoping that you're going all the way to just that little bit into Beverly Beach to the north end of the seawall.
Okay, I'm not sure about that. That's a design issue. I'll have to check on that. It may be the DOT is doing that part and it's not involving us. I don't know. But I'll check on that.
Yeah, I'd really like to know about that because if not, then
I'll
we
do a
have to
note to
get
all
on
of
the
you.
DOT about keeping that seawall buried as promised.
Okay,
In the beginning.
I'll make sure to inform you all.
Yeah, if you could,
With one
that
message.
would be appreciated.
You have to understand here, folks, I have been micro-focused
I
on
get
about
it.
100
I get it.
landowners down here in the federal section, and I haven't had the time to really give much of a breath to the non-federal section that we've now got to do. So
I totally understand.
I will accumulate those facts and be Johnny on the spot with them.
Appreciate it, thanks.
Anybody else have a question? So if we don't get the people in the 2,700 block south to sign over, or what was it, you said 5, I think we're still left? 4?
Well, we have 5 easements to record there. Remember now, it doesn't count for, let's say, I'm making up a name, Mr. Smith agrees that he will sign an easement. Well, that doesn't count for us. We have to have the easement executed and recorded. So those numbers that I'm giving you are based on recorded easements.
Okay. So we'll be left with the gap of the ones who have not, will not sign. And then you're going to start the South End project that goes to the Volusia line, so there will still remain a gap?
Well, that is not our intent. Our intent is not to do that. Our intent is to structure the project so there is a continuous dune wall. I'm not sure right now how we're going to do it. We're going to work with the Army Corps. You know, we also have the partnership with DOT. We also possibly can use some other funds that we're able to cobble together if necessary.
Good.
But that's our intent. We're going to we're just going to use every good idea that we can come up with in partnership. It's been a collaboration with all the agencies, by the way, including DEP. They're going to, help fund the Gamble Rogers dune restoration area. So, we're really focused on figuring out how to cobble everything together so it works.
Okay, thank you,
The
Al.
real key was making sure that the Army Corps was still enthused and still invested. I mean, they're the linchpin, right?
Sure.
Because without them, I mean,
Okay, nobody else has anything to ask?
Thank you for all your endless
Yeah,
hours.
yeah. Thank you.
no, it's not me, no.
Thank you.
It's all the citizens, it's you, it's the county commissioners who stood behind the project, it's everybody. The
That's
folks
right.
that contributed, it's a large number of people to thank.
Well, I meant that too.
Yeah.
Thank you, everybody.
Yep. Okay, thank you.
Thank you so much, Al. Okay. All right, I skipped over deletions and changes to the agenda.
I do have item 11, the applicant withdrew.
Right.
And then I haven't provided to you the special meeting minutes of July 20th, if you'd remove those as well.
Okay, so the changes are no minutes for July 20th and number 11
Special, I have the workshop.
of the special,
Yes.
why had it the other way around? Okay.
Because we had the workshop first, and it was shorter.
That's true. Okay. Yeah, I said, where's the rest of the minutes? Okay. And number 11 was pulled by the applicant. And that's the only change.
Chair,
I know you, Eric, you said you had something.
Go ahead.
Yeah.
I want to propose pulling item 15 and pushing that to a further meeting. And I'd like to tell you why and let the board make a decision on that. I think this is premature. We have a ordinance that is on the books that covers this. And everyone has seen the emails that have gone back and forth. Those emails were not sent because of item 15. Those emails were sent because the city took action on what some believe is stepping outside of that ordinance. So we have an ordinance on the books, the city took action, and now we have item 15, which is revising an ordinance to match the action that we took. This is putting the cart before the horse. What in my opinion, and this is just my opinion, the item needs to be cleaned up. We need to get that addressed with the citizens, that this has been going on for a while, and Drew, I'm sure you're aware of all this. That needs to be cleaned up before we look at an ordinance that is being revised to match the action that we took. That's my 2 cents. So I'd like to see this just pushed to another meeting, and then we address the issue at hand first.
My understanding of the agenda item is that there's nobody proposing in this agenda item to change the ordinance.
Right.
Well, we are changing we're changing a fee structure, are we not?
No?
No. I think the question, I talked to Larry before the meeting tonight, and is he still on the phone?
Yes, Larry, can you hear us?
Larry's expectation was to present to you a plan of kind of looking at what's happened, and he told me today he has a plan in place, he's talked to staff, they have a plan to make sure that everybody's aware of
Larry, can you
of
hear
the
me?
costs on the front end, which seems to have been the issue here, is there just wasn't the front end knowledge so that everybody can build it into their business transactions. And starting that under your existing ordinance,
Larry.
but with no changes to that ordinance or the fee system.
Right, but we took action that was outside of what we already had a precedent on, which is what,
And
Create this.
that's what the home builders are
Larry,
saying, is they were not expecting the change. And so
Right.
when,
Can you hear?
I'm kind of getting into the subject matter, but.
Yeah, I'd
we're
rather
building a-
wait until we get to number
Okay.
15.
yeah.
Does anyone agree with Eric about removing number 15?
Yeah.
What was that barking over there?
I mean, we could essentially lump it in if that'll end up
I think
happening between.
I'm sorry, Eric, go ahead.
Go ahead, no, go ahead.
We have a lot of staff here that's done a lot of preparation for this. We have people out here in the seats that want to speak to it, so I think it's prudent of us to at least get started on this and, choose a direction we want to go from there.
I agree.
Fair enough.
Hear both sides to the degree it is now, and then, give staff consensus where we want to go from there.
Okay, all right. Debbie, did you want to say anything? You're all right, okay. So, anybody else have anything they wanted to remove or change on the agenda?
No.
Seeing none. Sorry that I changed the order of things there. We move on to number 6, which is comments on items regarding, that are not on the agenda. Anybody in the public wish to bring up something that's not on the agenda? Please. Now's your chance. Care?
I need to leave this on, or can I take it off?
You can take it off and Penny will spray it afterwards.
Okay. I'll try not to breathe all over it.
Don't breathe.
My name is Carrie Paget. I'm a Flagler Beach resident. Good afternoon. I come here today to make a statement about our city management. It seems to make no difference which project, whether it deals with the proposed city budget, who's acting city manager, paving a parking lot, our dune walkovers, swell projects, or just trying to get a civil response and a valid answer. All roads lead back to 2 people. This drama seems to circle around Larry Newsom and Fred Griffith. I think it's time the commissioners put their fears of the interview process aside and bite the bullet and do what everyone knows must be done. I urge you to make the hard decision to cut our losses before the taxpayers are on the hook for yet another tax increase, legal fees, or settlements because of mismanagement or lack of action. Thank you.
Thank you, Karen. Anybody else? Okay. And close public comment and move on to the consent agenda. The consent agenda consists of the minutes of the workshop of July 20th, and August 6th, and the regular meetings of July 9th and July 23rd. I think I got that right. Renewal of the lease with Surf Radio, and approve a list of qualified vendors. One vendor was changed on the list of qualified vendors. I would like to pull number 6 for August 6th for discussion. Does anybody have any others?
No.
No?
In that case, I'll make a motion that we approve the consent agenda with the exception of the minutes of the August 6th workshop and the special meeting of July 20th, 2020.
Okay.
Second.
Anybody in the public wish to address any of these items? Looking for what my concern was. All right, the August 6th meeting was the first budget. I'm sorry?
We got a motion.
Oh, sorry? Sorry. All those in favor?
Aye.
Aye. Aye. Okay. The minutes of the August 6th budget workshop. Under the CRA, it says that we voted, we reached consensus. We couldn't vote on anything because it was a workshop. And the commission reached a consensus to remove parking lots and sidewalks from the CRA capital budget, which we did do. But I just want to note that that was not reflected in the revised budget that we received. And then down near the bottom, third paragraph from the bottom on that sheet, it just says parking lots. It doesn't say parking lots and sidewalk. The paragraph that begins with Clerk Overstreet reported. Everybody see that? So I just would like to insert and sidewalk.
Just when I was reviewing what consensuses you agreed, so talking about adding it back in there.
I have no objections to that.
Anybody have any objection to what I just said? Okay, anybody in the public wish to address that? All right, I look for a motion to,
I'll make a motion that we approve the minutes of the August 6th workshop.
do I have a second?
Second.
All those in favor, say aye.
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 All right, and we're good with the lease, and we're good with the vendors. And
Did you say as amended? I'm sorry, those minutes.
If I didn't, I'll amend it to say as amended.
all right, and Debbie, you good with as amended?
Thank you.
Yes.
All right, moving on to number 10, application for an annual outdoor entertainment permit for Ritz's Restaurant. Is anybody from Ritz's here?
You know what, Carlos, you can come right over here. That'll pick you up.
Okay. Hello, everybody.
Hi.
Oh, I'm sorry, I'm supposed to present this one. This is Michael. Michael is the owner of Ritz Restaurant. And the item did go before the PAR board on, what date was that? It was the end of July, I believe. Thank you. The PAR board approved it unanimously. There was, at the time it was before the PAR board, there was one resident that had voiced concern, but she said she hadn't heard any music from them. Since the item went on this agenda, another resident business voiced a concern. I believe it was the White Orchid. And I believe the police went over there. I don't know if a warning was given or if it was just a verbal, or I didn't have a chance to follow up on the action on that. I'm sorry.
Okay, but we all got a copy of
Yes.
the White Orchids
Yes.
letter, and we got one from Sharon Beck.
And when that incident happened, they were working under a special event permit.
Oh, and then we got one from Derek Odavance at 1104 South Ocean Shore.
I think
Oh,
that's the
that's
right
the
word.
same, the same White Orchid?
Yes.
Yeah, okay. Okay. Anybody have any questions they would like to ask of Michael, or comments?
I do.
Go ahead.
Have you read and are you familiar with our noise ordinance?
Yes, I am. Yes.
Okay. And as a general comment, and this is probably to the board, I've noticed that between ownerships, the stage direction has changed from facing directly to the ocean to now facing south. My understanding was part of the process of getting approved for a noise ordinance is you did a kind of a mock-up of the setup, and we have addressed sound, I know, with a lot of locations, and we have asked that the speakers point out to the ocean, towards A1A, and I don't know what the precedent is, but I know that this has been required of many businesses to do exactly that, and this particular business has them pointed south, which could be a concern for neighbors. And then I also worry about if we're making certain businesses point their speakers out to the ocean, but we're not making other businesses do that in the mock-ups, you know, And Drew, this might be where you come in. Do we have an issue there?
Each case is considered on its own merits because these are quasi judicial, so each one is considered on the facts that are presented for that case. Each lot configures differently. But if that's something you think is worthy of consideration, I would agree with you that I think the direction of the speakers does matter.
Michael, is it possible for you to change, because I know we have done that.
Yes, ever since I've taken over, I have changed nothing. The stage is still where it was from the previous owner.
And the,
Every music that I have, I make sure those speakers are pointed towards the ocean.
okay.
Because I know, I frequent Ritz. Love your food, by the way.
Thank you.
And so I do worry about that.
I would just like to ask a question, if I may. With this permit, what is the times that I am allowed to have the music until?
Well, that's in the noise ordinance.
I believe it's 10 p.m., right?
10 outside,
10 outside.
no?
There's no time,
The decibels drop.
yeah.
The decibels drop, that's right.
drop, but there is not a time
That's
limit.
right.
As I had read,
Penny can hook you up with exactly where you can find
I
that.
emailed it to him already.
yeah.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, because that one night I had received a phone call. It was a customer's birthday. And I only had music till 8, sometimes 9. And it was the customer's birthday, and he had asked me if I could have the band play till 9:30. And I'm like, okay, so the last song was played at 9:25. And I had gotten a phone call from next door saying that you played music way past 9:30. And I was like, I'm sorry, but the last song ended, and the first thing I did was I looked at my phone, and it was 9:26. So that's why I was wondering, did I go over the time? I didn't think I did, but I was a little hurt that I got a phone call at 9:30. When
Now,
they
the
said
only
I-
restriction you would have was the amount of the decibel level.
Yeah, no, it's very low because of my proximity to the stage, to where people sit. It's not loud at all, it's, if it was way
So we
off
need
in
to
the
make it
distance,
that
then you'd
loud.
have to turn it up, but they're so close on top of people, they barely have enough power, just so they or enough power just to drive the speakers.
What may be happening there is I noticed you do have your little enclave facing your building.
Right.
It may be bouncing off your building and hitting right next door to
Could be.
the White Orchid, so.
Could be, yeah. But I make sure whoever plays there, he's got those speakers turned all the way facing the water.
This is for a year,
Right.
and is it 3 times that you can have complaints, and then you have to come back to us?
Nope, if you have one, you come back. If you
Oh.
have 3, you could lose the
Okay, I knew there was something about 3.
Right, so one triggers, instead of automatic renewal, it could be a warning, not even if a citation is written. Starting at a verbal warning, 1, you'd have to go back through the par board process again instead of automatic renewal, and then onto the commission. And 2, I think 3, you're at risk of losing it. You have to go before code board.
The magistrate.
And then you might even possibly have to hire a sound engineer for, yeah, it goes on and on, but.
Okay, I remember there were a lot of detailed steps in there. So keep it down, and
You'll be fine.
Yeah,
you'll be good.
Yeah. Oh, yeah, I mean, no,
And you've had a temporary permit since we hadn't been meeting, and.
Right, yes.
And I know Penny set you up with that.
Yes.
I don't think there's been complaints and,
No,
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 so I think
no.
you're doing the right thing.
Okay. So everybody's good? Anybody in the public wish to address this? Seeing none, I'll close public comment.
Chair Mealy?
Yes. All right, number 11 was removed by the applicant. Number 12,
Welcome to town.
Okay, thank you so
okay.
much. All right, thank you, I
Yeah,
appreciate it.
enjoy your party times. Just
you.
keep it down.
Oh, yeah, thank you.
Number 12 is a supplemental interlocal agreement between Flagler County and City of Flagler Beach for joint funding of lifeguards. There you are.
Here I am. Yes, this was just to pull, it kind of caveats off the first interlocal agreement from 2017, but it mentions the lump sum and makes it easier for us financing type people to make payments. But in the interim, between when we first brought this and now that it's back to us, we will receive $82,500 for this current year, and then we'll receive the $82,500 plus the consumer price index increase for the following year.
Anybody have any questions?
Yeah, I have a question, it might be a Drew question. What is this, what is different about this than what we approved back in July?
That went to the county, and the county came back, this is what the county came back with as a
Okay,
counteroffer.
because we kind of voted on an agreement, but they want to amend the previous agreement. Is
Correct,
that
and what
this
was
is?
approved in that meeting was just for the end of this year.
Okay.
Yeah, so they added
All right.
this,
I knew we had just done that.
their payment structure.
And on top of it, they simplified what we have to provide. It will take us a lot less time. We just have to really provide a simple invoice instead of having to spend a couple of hours pulling together all the lifeguard salaries and doing all that. So that's going to help a lot.
Okay.
That's great.
Comments?
Go ahead.
So we spoke about the cost of the lifeguard program back when we did the, whatever you would call that other one, the interim one. Direction was for staff to go to county and talk about our expenses. Our lifeguard program costs our taxpayers here in this town $250,000. And it is no small, we've talked many times that our locals far and wide do not use the guarded area of the beach. This is primarily for folks from out of town who are not paying for that service. And Matt, I believe it was you that went and talked to the administrator and he got the increase, and thank you. However, my concern is that was really something that our city manager needs to do and still needs to do. And we have a program that is used far and wide, I would say upwards of 80, 90% by folks that do not live here, that is being funded by people who live here. So our true cost is over $250,000. We're getting reimbursed $82,000 now, which is a $10,000 increase. After Matt met with Jerry, I'm not comfortable with that. It's not enough. The intent of the conversation when we talked about this was to get significant funding for this program that matches the true, the true funding. So if we have folks that are from all over the county and out of town coming here, and let's say if we can assume that that's 75% of the folks that are inside the guarded area, because our locals don't use the guarded area. It's very, very rare. It's a small percentage. That the county should be paying for most of that. Right now, they're paying less than a third. And to me, that's not a success. That's not, I do not check that off as a task being complete. I think staff needs to go back, meaning Larry, our city manager, or whoever he decides, and we have some more in-depth conversations. And Linda, they might need your help, I don't know. But there needs to be significant funding changes to this. I think we can all agree with that. Our residents, we only have 4,000 and change residents here that are paying for a $250,000 lifeguard program that we don't use. And it's to benefit folks that don't live here. And we need to take a hard look at that. And I would not say insist, but I think we need to be realistic with what we're accepting versus what we're given. And we need to start having some real conversations that if we can't have the funding that matches what is practical, then we need to look at developing a lifeguard program that is much more scaled back to match the funding. It's not fair for folks that don't use it, that live here, to have to pay that. So I'm not in favor of approving this because this was not, to have a $10,000 increase in funding. I personally, I'm thankful for it, but I'm also a little bit insulted by it. That gets us nowhere, essentially. That's my 2 cents.
Madam Chair? I agree with you 110%. We've had this discussion over and over during the budget workshops and other meetings. However, the county right now has done their budget, just like we're in the process of doing our budget. To go to them now and say we want more than this, we're not going to get it. This should have been done months ago. We've been talking about this for 2 years now, and it hasn't been done. I do think we need to pursue it, and if it's possible to get more money, but I think right now, we're taking what we can get and changing this agreement so it is easier to go back and ask for money, because it's my understanding, Drew, the agreement we had before, it was a little more difficult to go back. We didn't review it every year or something like that.
I don't remember on the old agreement on that part.
I would.
Can I chime in?
Sure.
Okay, and I do agree with Commissioner Curley and the mayor. The county doesn't have any money. They're in bad financial shape, from my opinion. So I did send a letter asking for additional money. I do agree that we as citizens of Flagler Beach, we are covering the cost of a lot of things that actually we shouldn't have to cover the cost on. You know, it's not just lifeguards. You know, does the area want a protected beach between 10th and 10th? Maybe that's a decision based on next year's budget that we need to make. You know, maybe we need to shrink the size of what's considered actually a protected beach. The other thing is, sanitation is probably one of our biggest expenses this time of year. Yeah, and they are doing better. I do realize that, you know, TDC is not making any money. But TDC can contribute anyway. So, again, I'm not disagreeing. I'm just saying that whatever we can get from the county, maybe we need to evaluate what service we're providing. That's all, Madam Chair.
Okay, thank you. Anybody else here have something to say? If we look at our budget for ocean safety, the lifeguards are a small part, well, not a small part, but there are other parts of, and I don't have my budget book with me, but I know that there were lots of other things included in this category. This agreement is strictly about lifeguards.
Right, exactly.
So if we could agree that once we start the new fiscal year, that staff of Flagler Beach meet with staff of the county and work on something to do with the rest of the program. including lifeguards, but all the other things that are in that category in the budget. And not now, when we only have a short time left before we have to have a budget. The county, as Linda said, is pretty much done with theirs. So I don't think this is the time to go restructuring any kinds of agreements. And that's my thoughts. Anybody in the public wish to address this? Okay, seeing none, I'll close public comment and see if there is a motion to approve this supplemental interlocal agreement.
So I'll make a motion to approve a supplemental interlocal agreement between Flagler County and the City of Flagler Beach for joint funding of lifeguard services.
Okay, is there a second?
I'll second it.
Okay, well, we don't need a roll call on this, do we? Okay, all those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Aye, no?
Opposed?
Okay. So, 3-1. Thank you, Kathleen. All right, next item, number 13, approve a position description, I'm sorry, I can't read. Approve a position description for a solid waste equipment operator mechanic and the corresponding salary schedule. Liz?
Okay, this is basically creating a new position. It's taking one of our existing sanitation driver positions and creating the position of both driver/mechanic. They would be utilized, picking up on the route, and also taking care of the trucks.
Okay, Rob, I saw Rob was here. Do you want to speak to this? Yeah, I can. Please come up.
How you guys doing tonight?
You have to identify yourself.
Oh, I'm sorry. I'm Rob Smith, Superintendent of Sanitation for the City of Flagler Beach. I can start real quick or try to get through this as fast as I can. I have a total of 9 commercial trucks now. I have 3-year-old trucks, almost year-and-a-half-old trucks. I have 1 brand-new truck, and I have several older trucks that go back to 2009. And so basically that defines a fleet. So when I first started here, I've been with the city now about 7 months. When I first started, we were utilizing an outside maintenance company in Ormond Beach in Volusia County. I knew when I started that was a disaster, so I immediately halted that. I went to Rush Truck in Jacksonville, who I've utilized for the last 10 years on my own with my own company. I've had a trucking business for about 27 years. I sat with them and worked out an agreement to where they would come down once a week or twice a week as needed to work on my trucks. The cost of that has went down astronomically from where we were at utilizing the other company, where I had no control over the trucks would leave. I didn't know what was going on with them. So now I have a company coming to work on my trucks on site. So I'm physically there. I can see what's going on with the trucks, what's getting fixed. They can explain things to me. I can look at it, and I know from experience from decades what they're talking about and what needs to be done and what stuff should cost. So, and speaking from a person that's ran his own business for almost 3 decades, I've always been very animate about, and I don't mean to sound rude, but about me. It's about me. It's about my business. So I sit at home at night working for the city now, and I'm an enterprise fund. So the money that I take in, utilized towards my sanitation department. I don't use tax dollars. So I have to utilize as much money responsibly as I can to maintain my equipment, take care of my drivers, take care of my facility. So what I'm asking to hire is not just a mechanic, but a multifaceted person that can do welding, fabrication. With these new trucks, the 3 Macs that we have, right now they're under a recall with Mac. So instead of taking the trucks to Jacksonville to get a recall done, take up to 2 weeks sometimes to get a recall done with waiting in line. I can have that done in-house and it's not, like I said, it's not just a mechanic, it's a technician. He can do that work. I can submit an invoice to MAC, which I already spoke to them last week about the service that needs done. I can submit an invoice, they can give me a check back for that repair. I can't do that right now with the situation I have because they're a different company, they're not allowed to do that kind of work. So when I'm trying to hire, I want to hire a guy that can, or a female, whoever, that can do welding, fabrication, painting on trucks. My 3 trucks, my 2019s, are already starting to rust. I got estimates as high as, well, between $10,000 and $15,000 to paint a truck. I can do that in-house myself for pennies on the dollar compared to taking a truck out and putting a truck down for 4 to 6 weeks to get it painted. So I have to take care of these trucks because the environment we're in, they need to be touched up once a year. I can have a guy that does that. I can have a guy that welds on them. There's just so many different things that's involved with this because we are operating a fleet. It's nine commercial trucks. As you know, these trucks are expensive to buy, and in my business, in my past life, I've never owned a new truck. I've always had old trucks and maintained them to the best I can with the best equipment or the best people that I could find to work on the trucks and at the best price. So that's where I'm at. I'm trying to run my department as I would my own business to utilize my people to the most of their ability and pay them accordingly. But have one person that can do all these, a wide genre of things, not just change oil. I can change oil myself. It takes a half hour. That's not a big deal. But fix things that are very complicated in today's times. And Mr. Belheimer, he's been around this stuff his previous life too. There's a lot to it. A $200 problem that can break today can cost $5,000 in a week. So you got to have a guy that's looking at these trucks daily and say, hey, this looks like it's, you can't let stuff develop anymore. It's got to be fixed right away. So if you have a guy on site that knows all these different areas of everything that we're dealing with, I can tell you, by not showing you numbers, I can save probably $75,000 to $100,000 a year in my department by having a guy that's able to do this wide range of things. So that's where I'm at. I don't know if anybody has any questions or.
Oh, some comments. No specific questions for Rob. I've been telling Larry this for years since I came on. As most of you know, like Rob just said, in my past life or my working career, I've been a blue-collar mechanic for 40-plus years, which at one point in time actually included repairing garbage trucks, keeping them maintained. They get looked at every day before they go out and every day when they come back. You catch problems before they really fall apart and cost you considerably more to repair after the fact. It's a very logical way of doing things. Like Rob said, just the time lost in moving these trucks around to different locations. What's the biggest thing that goes wrong with a garbage truck? More than anything, hydraulics.
Hydraulic lines.
Hydraulics. And I'm sure he's not going to hire somebody that doesn't know how to do hydraulics because an in-house guy could put together a hydraulic hose that blows and needs to be replaced in a matter of heck, he could build a hydraulic hose in a couple minutes. And it probably 20% the cost of what it would cost you to go have one made. And then you have to run up and down the street getting it. But this is definitely the right way to go, and I'm for this.
If I could interrupt 1 second. And I'm a big advocate of liability. I've preached this to my kids since they've been a young age. That's a big thing with this too, is if I have an in-house guy that can do all these different things, he knows my equipment, he knows the equipment. Instead of having a guy that has to drive a truck to Jacksonville, Now it takes 2 guys to take the truck to Jacksonville, bring it, and then drive back, and then a week later go get the truck, bring it back. So that's about 200 miles to the dealership, to the Mac store up there to go get work done. So now I've got 4 people that have had to go on the road. So that truck's gone for a ride. So I got to worry about liability that way too. Also, with liability, I have an in-house mechanic that works on my trucks and keeps my fleet up. He enters everything into a computer. That's part of the job description too. It's not just a guy changing oil and grease and U-joints. They enter stuff into a computer. I'll have a full set of records for every piece of equipment we have. So if somebody comes to me and said, hey, what's with this truck? It's smoking real bad or something, calls me, I can say, oh, here's the records, this is what we did to it, or, that's a big part. We have a huge amount of money sitting over there that needs to be taken care of correctly. And I'm doing the best I can right now with what I got to work with, but as far as saving an astronomical amount of money, it's
a no-brainer.
it has to be done. I mean, whether I do it or somebody else does it, but we own a fleet, so it is what it is.
And to be clear, they're also going to be a driver as well.
Yes, ma'am.
So,
Yes, ma'am.
it's
So
dual
they-
position.
So the way that works is I do right now we have 4 full-time drivers. 1 driver's retiring in 3 weeks. As you know, we lost one of our guys a couple weeks ago to COVID. Another driver is out on sick leave. So I'm down 2 guys, actually, and I'll be down 3. So I'm looking at hiring 1 more full-time driver to take the gentleman that's retiring in several weeks, 3 weeks. I'm going to hire a full-time driver for him, and then also a driver mechanic. And I'm going to leave 1 position empty, because what I've sat down and figured out that I can get the amount of work done that I have right now with 1 less employee, with hiring a mechanic/driver. And also, of course, I drive, during the week, which I don't mind, that's fine. I like to stay in tune with what's going on and ride around it. Anybody that runs a fleet like this or a small trucking company should also be involved in a truck. Because if you sit in an office someplace removed, you lose touch of what's going on with either your drivers, the equipment, your customers, which basically that's what we're doing. We're running a trucking company. We have customers and we have equipment. And so I like to drive myself for that reason. But I can cut my manpower down by 1 person, and also I can have more time to do other things, both in an office and also in a truck, by having a mechanic there that I don't have to stand over and watch. Because that's what happens a lot of times. The guys come from Jacksonville. I've got to keep going back to the yard and go, what's going on with, and I shouldn't have to do that. I should be able to have a guy that's responsible that can do that. I walk away. He calls me if there's an issue, and I can go back to the yard to look.
And you have somebody that can fill in if you have a driver call out.
Right, so we'll have 4 full-time drivers plus me and the mechanic/driver. So we do, every weekend is a different rotation with another guy that runs a weekend. So we do, every 5th week we have somebody run a weekend, because we run 7 days a week. So, and then also, yes, sir.
We're talking about this mechanic also doing all the work on our other vehicles
Yeah,
from other departments. He's not trained or certified to work on fire engines, but based on our conversation, this person will be certified at some point in time, so we don't have to drive to Ocala all the time. So not only are we taking care of your fleet, we're taking care of Bill's fleet, Alan's fleet, vehicles that Bobby drives outside fire engines, and the police fleet. So the savings is phenomenal. I know the local mechanics aren't going to like that, but we are doing it because we can be more responsive and we can track it. So all our vehicles, this person will almost be a fleet manager for the city of Flagler Beach. And that's all I have to say.
Okay, thank you, Larry. Okay, and Eric?
Comments and questions. So, Rob, in the business world, whenever you add a position, you do basically a pro forma on it. So you look at costs and then you look at savings. I've heard you mention a couple numbers as far as savings go. have you done a full pro forma on that?
No, I have not, but I can tell you arbitrarily, just across the board at a super, to one extreme, a safe bet, I guess I can tell you that my parts costs get cut in half immediately. So I'm buying parts direct from a vendor instead of buying them through Rush Peterbilt or Next Trans, who we bought the last few trucks from. So I'm buying parts. For instance, 2 weeks ago, I had to put a fuel pump on a truck. Till I was done with that job with labor, the labor was about $1,000 and the pump was about $2,000. I could have bought that pump for $800, and my mechanic could have put that on in 2 hours. So you can do the math with that, and I don't need to sit down in any book and look that up. I know that's not even worth, and I just know this from past experience. I can do what you're asking if you would want me to. That's fine. It'll take me some time to do. That's no problem. I can compare prices and come back to you guys, but.
Well, I think Liz could also help you with that. That's very common when you look at adding positions and all, Liz. I'm sure you've done stuff like that before. Just one comment on the job description that's attached here under skills, knowledge, abilities. Before they even start, I think that you should add ASE certified in there. I don't think we should have anybody who's either not MAC or Peterbilt or some form of professional certification touching any of the equipment.
I can tell you that you're not going to find a guy for that kind of money. The guys that work from Peterbilt, the guys that come down from Peterbilt that I pay $160, $170 an hour to, none of them have any certifications.
I don't know if we can, in good faith, have someone with no certifications working on a $100,000 piece of equipment that's carrying people. I think that's a giant liability. That's just my 2 cents. To have somebody performing the function of a mechanic who is not a certified mechanic, I think is playing with fire.
Sorry to interrupt, but did you hear what Larry just said?
Well, he said he would be.
Well, somebody that's going to go and qualify for the upper level certification to be able to work on fire trucks, public safety vehicles, would have to have the common knowledge to even attempt to go get that certification. ASE is it's kind of like a bonus. If you have the ASE certification, it's kind of a draw to a business that I have ASE certified mechanics. There's plenty of mechanics out there that could run circles around ones that can sit and read things out of a book and get an ASE certification. So he could make sure he has a quality person through application and interview process. And Rob's sharp enough and been around mechanics long enough and the trucking business, as he says, long enough that I'm sure he wouldn't hire anybody that wasn't qualified, or certainly somebody that was ready to go get an even higher certification than any ASE certification would give you.
Commissioner Cooley, and I agree, I understand what you're saying, but hindsight, the guys that have been working on these trucks since what I've been aware of for the last years, none of them have been certified there's nobody been, all the guys that work for Peterbilt, that work on new Peterbilts down to whatever, they're none of them, Tyler and Eric, the 2 techs that come down to work on our trucks, neither one has any ASE certifications, nor does anybody over at A-Accurate where the trucks were being worked on before. And I understand that.
So I guess if there's no threshold, right, for you, and the reason why I say ASE is because there's hundreds of ASE potential certifications you can get, that. But if you have no threshold, how does HR hire somebody who's capable of doing this versus somebody who says they're capable of doing this? How do you hire a good mechanic if you don't know?
where you have to look at the previous work experience, and, I mean, there's one applicant that it's got 15, or almost 20 years with the county up north that been working on hydrogen buses and garbage trucks, and also knows how to use our lift system that we paid $50,000 for, and has been used twice, I think, since it's been here.
Okay, so.
Use that on a daily basis.
Then
With
I'll,
referrals, you know what I mean, with,
then I'll agree with both you and Rick on that. But in the job description, there's nothing about previous work experience. So there probably should be. And Liz, that would be something that we would need to come up with a certain amount of years of relevant experience. At least that way you have a threshold
That's 1 year.
of,
Yeah, we can expand it.
Minimum qualifications, we could raise that if you feel strongly about it, but
Is it our job to write the job description, or are we just approving
To
his
approve it.
position?
well,
We're not HR.
correct. But we're adding a position and we're trying to come up with who's going to be doing what.
and I can sit down with Liz this week and we can make those changes. I mean, we can put it at 5 years if that
It's just, you know.
verified experience.
Yeah, and we're kind of getting real deep in the weeds, but it's just having if we're going to have somebody turning wrenches on our, equipment we just bought that's hundreds of thousands of dollars, we just need to have
No, and I-
something.
I'm in 100%
some control,
agreement.
Can I make a comment, being out here in the bleacher seat? One thing to get around that, back in a prior life, we ran into the same kind of situation. And what we introduced was a practical exam. In the particular arena we were in, the exam was to build a sawhorse. Now, as simple as that might seem to build, unless you're a skilled carpenter and know angles, you can't do that. So in this case, have them repair a pump or replace a hydraulic line and grade them on their practical skill ability. That's just a suggestion.
Chair, I have a question.
Debbie?
We're here to approve a position for a solid waste equipment operator and mechanic. Larry just mentioned that this person potentially would be repairing all of our fleet. To me, that is a huge undertaking for a mechanic. I can't imagine that a mechanic can be an operator as well if they're taking on the whole fleet. So,
Well, I think what Larry, and I don't want to put words in Larry's mouth, but I think what he was speaking to was that eventually down the road, he could get certified to help Bobby with some of his stuff. Some of that stuff is walk-around inspections, checking apparatuses. I don't think he meant like immediately to do change oil on all the city's trucks, but maybe down the road, we do, as the city grows, we're having, there's a lot of iron running around town, so. But right now, I'm mainly wanting to hire a guy with experience to a multifaceted person. I didn't mean guy, a person that's multifaceted that can do all the tasks that I require. And I will put that person to the test, as he spoke to, before I would hire anybody, to make sure that because at the end result, I'm not here for a hobby. This is my job. So I have to protect my job and my trucks and my guys too. So I'm going to hire the right person that I know that can take care of the situation at hand. Because at the end of the day, I'm held responsible for any decisions I make. So I'm going to be very viable who I'm going to hire or who I would accept to work for me and for the city.
All right, so the discussion about working for the other departments, I think, would come later. Okay, I had a couple of questions, and there may be more, Kathleen questions. You're requesting $50,000 for this
Yes, ma'am.
person. And then in looking at our proposed budget, the one equipment operator was reduced from 39.5 to 26.3. Is that because the retired person, the person who is retiring?
Yeah, Kathleen could probably answer that.
I think it's more of a Kathleen question.
Yeah, that's exactly what that was, just showing the down, we've had drivers that have been here for quite some time, so.
Okay, and then we had 2 unfunded equipment operators in the budget. That last year, one made 36.6 and one made 29.8.
Sorry, I did not bring my budget book, so.
Okay, yeah, no, I just wondered,
that tomorrow.
all this together could kind of make up the.
It was a tricky one to put into, the same type of format that you're looking at, because we're having so much succession in the department, just, people retiring, people leaving. And, we're changing the structure of the staff. I think we had, originally it was 5 drivers and a supervisor, so we're kind of changing the structure. So, I mean, at the end of the day, because of the people retiring and leaving, it's not going to be an increase,
Okay,
So
that was basically.
it's kind of hard to work it into that same format that we're used to seeing sometimes, I only have a little line, I can't write a bunch of words to explain everything, but that's basically the gist of it. I mean, this, we should write that in our summary, probably would touch to that, so that will all be for us tomorrow.
Right, and while we're on that, and I know we will have more talk about it tomorrow, the repairs and maintenance line is only $9,000. That's just like the building, or?
In our budget, I'm sorry, I did not.
I'm talking about the budget because it ties in with.
Well, that might be, I'm sorry, without the book, but I'm thinking that repairs and maintenance is more like repairs and maintenance on the building, because there's
That's what
also
I'm
a line
asking.
called vehicle repair.
Okay, then we have vehicle repairs.
Right.
And that's down 20,000, and is that because this new person?
That's kind of how, yeah.
Okay, I'm not asking about the budget numbers right now, I'm just
Yeah.
figuring that out. Okay.
Okay.
So we're taking money out of the expenses
Right.
because this guy or gal is going to be able to. Okay, thank you.
Okay, welcome.
Okay, anybody else up here have anything? Okay, anybody in the public wish to address this? Seeing none. Thank you, Rob.
Thank you, guys.
So we need approval of a solid waste equipment operator mechanic, job description.
I'll make a motion that we approve a new position as solid waste equipment operator / mechanic.
Second.
And we have a salary schedule, the 50,000, or depending where they fall. It was
Well, it's
it was
anywhere,
40, 50, 60, I think.
anywhere between, well, it depends on his qualifications, obviously, so it'll be between $40,000 and $60,000 a year.
Okay, so your motion would be to accept the recommendation the way it is?
Yes.
Okay. Anybody seconding that?
I did once, I can second as amended. I don't think it changed, though.
Yeah, no, nothing changed. So you're not seconding it?
He did.
Yes.
Oh, I thought you said as amended, and we didn't amend anything.
Right. Well, it is definitely seconded.
Okay. So all those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Aye. Okay.
That was easy.
Number 14, change order for the water valve improvements. Mr. Griffith.
Good evening, Chairman Mealy, Commissioners. Fred Griffith, your city engineer. I'm going to take this off. I love this mask. I know you all been waiting to hear about this. It's change order number 3 for our water valves. This is not going to cause any more planned water outages. That's the good news, okay? So these are inline insertion valves that are going to be installed that we've identified locations for during our last planned water outage. The outage would not have had to been so large if we had these valves in place at the time. So, and the main one of the 5 valves that we're adding is a 12-inch line, a 12-inch valve to be installed on the 12-inch line west of John Anderson on State Route 100, which will allow us, if we do have issues with our water plant or our water feed from the water plant, we'll be able to successfully take emergency water from Palm Coast. Currently, I don't have a means to shut off the valve the line between John Anderson and the water plant, because we have several valves that don't operate. And of course, I don't know exactly where it's going to break either. So we're going to install that valve just immediately, very closely west of John Anderson. So if any of that line breaks, we'll be able to shut that line off and get the water from Palm Coast and serve the city. In addition to that, there are additional valves west of that valve on State Route 100 that we can try to troubleshoot and possibly get them working. Okay, they're large 16-inch valves, but we can take that line down for a period of time, feed water from our water tanks, and we can hopefully get those valves working and save. Those valves are cost over $50,000 to, somewhere between $30,000 and $50,000 to replace. So obviously I'm not interested in spending a lot of money replacing those valves. We're going to try and fix those valves next year.
$50,000 for a valve.
Well, when you have to shut it down during an outage, it's expensive.
Yeah, it just, for somebody who's not in the field, it just seems like a lot of money. Yeah.
So this is just a change order 3. We've got money budgeted already. Kathleen's already approved it. And this is a line item that was already appropriated for this year for valves.
Okay. Anybody have any?
Yeah.
Yeah, go ahead.
If it's already been approved, how is it a change order?
Excuse me, the funding is in the current budget. In other words, valves, you may recall, you may not recall, we awarded the base bid only when we bid the project originally, and there was some money left over because of the expense of the larger valves. So there's about $90,000 in this line item under valves currently in our budget right now, which we're spending $70,000 of the $90,000 that's left.
So we just put in how many down the south end of town?
It's about 12 or 13.
And we're going to go throughout the city installing all these valves?
These valves are, one of them is out on State Route 100.
That's
The other 4 is south.
The other 4 are on South Central.
Yes, sir. South side of town.
Are we going to do this throughout town, installing all
We're
these
going
valves?
to look at the northern half of the city next year, yes, sir.
So if we haven't had these valves all this time, now we're going to put one every block?
No, we're not putting one every block.
Well, I'm looking 12th Street, 13th Street, 14th Street, plus the ones we put in down there. I don't have any issues with the one on 100. However, we did just put one on Palm Drive, which cuts off the island, right?
If you'd like to come in and study the water system with our consultant, I'd be glad to sit down with you. But I'm not prepared to look at the details of our water system right tonight.
I'm talking about, yeah, okay. You might call it nitpicking, but I'm not.
Well, these valves.
You're talking about $11,000 a valve, you're going to put one at every block throughout the city. I just think it's overambitious.
Well,
I understand the reason you need one, please don't interrupt me. I understand the reason for the one out on 100, to isolate the city totally. We just put one in on Palm Drive where they did the water pipe repair there. Is a brand-new valve to shut off the island completely. I don't know, I think it's very overambitious to have to put one every block, whereas before now, we didn't have any. I think you spread them out. If you want to isolate different sections, I get that, it makes sense to me. But to go throughout the city doing one every block, I think is
Fred, this particular change order is for how many valves?
5.
So we're not talking about doing the whole city on this change order?
I'm sorry, what?
We're not talking about doing the whole city on this change order?
No, ma'am.
So can we stick to what this change order is for?
it's the beginning of something, Jane, that's going to continue.
We're not supposed to be arguing with each other.
We had that,
Well, we can disagree.
that boil water a few weeks ago. Part of the reason that there had to be so much is because we didn't have the shut-off valves. Is that correct?
Correct.
We just put them in and they were tested. That's what that was all about. They just put a whole bunch in at the south end of town, and then they implemented them on that day, and that's where the,
Shut them off instead of having to shut off the whole street. You can do
well, before they
smaller
couldn't.
areas.
We actually, if I
Yes, but I
can,
don't think we need to narrow it down so far.
we had one hydrant that
Just
didn't have a
more
valve, and
money
that necessitated shutting down the majority of that outage, because one hydrant didn't have a valve, and we had no way to isolate that area.
So by doing this, we would be able to just isolate one area if it needs.
Yeah, let me just mention, when I was over in Benel, they had two massive city water outage shutdowns because they couldn't shut their water system off. They shut down the whole city's water system, twice.
Okay, Fred, to Rick's point, you're going to be putting the valves on 10th, 12th, 13th, and 14th. As we progress and do this in future years, will it be at every single street or every other street?
I think there's generally, they're every other street, okay? But just realize that there's two or three valves at each intersection. Okay, 2 or 3 valves at each intersection. Some of these may be branch valves and not inline valves on Central. If you can understand. One goes one way, one goes north and south, one goes east and west.
Fred, you said the main line coming into the city's what, 15 or 16 inch or something?
Portions of it are 16-inch, portions of it are 12-inch.
So from where they're proposing to put the new one in is a 12-inch. Okay, so I guess it goes down smaller there because of the shopping centers.
Well, this water system's been puzzled together over the years, okay? And honestly, and Alan Watts is here tonight, he'll acknowledge that we're still learning about what's buried in the ground, okay? And during the exercise of installing these valves, we learned more things about our water system, and we're updating our mapping as we go.
Fred, here in the description you talked about during planned water shutdowns, it was determined that several additional valves had failed and are needed. These are not failed valves, these are the needed ones, correct?
Yeah, these are the valves that we could not close on Central Avenue are the reason we're putting in several of these valves on Central.
Okay, and then here you noted that you have sufficient funds remaining. So you're only there's plenty of money to pay for this that is already budgeted. You're just seeking approval on change order, right?
Yeah, exactly.
Good.
Okay. Debbie, have anything? Okay, Linda? No. Anybody in the public? No? Okay.
Okay, I'll make a motion to approve change order number 3 for the water valve improvements, bid number 2020-1203.
Second.
Do we need a roll call? Roll call? Yeah, Drew does.
Commissioner Cooley,
Yes, the motion.
Commissioner Phillips,
Yes.
Commissioner Belheimer,
No.
Chair Mealy.
Yes. All right. Just what everybody's been waiting for. Item 15.
Well, first of all, I just want to mention that Lee Richards is here after working a full day. He's here to help me run the PowerPoint. And Alan Watts, after working all day with his crew, and they actually put this exhibit together up front. Can I impose on you, Alan? You got anything you want to explain to these folks what's up here? Yeah. Why don't you come on up? I put him on the spot here, and I apologize. But he could probably explain that better than I could. Because their crew put it all together.
Microphone.
Oh, it's gonna need to be down here.
Here, I'll point. You do the talking, I'll do the pointing.
All right. That's the switch. Good evening, everybody. I'm Alan, the Public Works Supervisor here in the city of Flagler Beach. I was asked to put together a demonstration of some of the tasks that are required in connecting water and sewer to our phenomenal infrastructure. In the process of doing this, after we receive our locates and extract the dirt and stuff out of the way to where we can locate our main, we will start over here where my lovely assistant is at with their sewer pipe.
Vanna, you ready to?
Yeah, if you just want to lay that flat, Fred, with the large pipe sticking straight up in the air.
This looks like a lateral.
Yeah.
This is the top.
That's a clean out.
This is the clean out here.
Oh, I'm sorry. See, I told you.
There you go.
So in the process, where Fred's hand is at is essentially what we would call one of our sewer mains. This is scaled down for demonstration purposes. The two black items there are fern cones. We will take this cutter that is at the end of the table, and it has these rolling wheels inside there in case there's terracotta, that is crimped down on there until you hear it pop. In the meantime, we're trying to do this, we're trying to keep all this dirt and everything from caving in on us, and you have very lovely water running through the pipe at the time. So the idea is to drop that section in there that's pre-made measured, we'll drop that in there and crimp her down. Sometimes when we break that open, the line has been slip lined. Then of course there's a sawzall involved to do that also. The pieces here will lead from the main, the little white, yes sir, on up to where it will have a sweep to where it will lead to a clean out. The pipe that's sticking out to the bottom will run to the residence building construction, be it new home, business, what have you, and that will connect it to their main. This is our basic sewer installation. On to the grandiose business of what we will call water distribution. Again, with locating the pipe and getting it connected, we will in turn, at the end down there by the diocese there, okay, that's a good example right there. Yes, sir. That's a miniature version. You can see some more 6-inch saddles, which would actually bolt to the water main, which would be an example in Fred's hand there, right there, Fred, where you're at.
Okay. These are the normal saddles they put on.
Yeah. And I'll just use this for demonstration.
Great idea. This is all impromptu. I'm really putting them on the spot. I really appreciate that.
So in the process, we will connect
We'll pay somewhere.
this saddle to our line. We'll take the tap machine. This will thread onto the device here and commence to drill a hole into our water main. This particular device works well on PVC, not so well on ductile. We have still the old manual crank and sweat process. Once this is connected through here, this valve will be shut off. Connecting the water line. Then it will lead on to where Fred is at into the meters.
There's your 2 meters.
The double meter setup there is, well, exactly that. It's off a device we call a U-branch. Kind of simple to figure that one out. And then we have our backflows connected, and that will be going to the residents, and they connect to that with their plumber. In the day, we used to have irrigation and regular residential water meters. Now, U-branches are, the properties are close together. Then from that, the meter box is put over the meters with the telemetry system wiring and all, and housed in the meter box. Correct. And Fred, if you hold the club up there, this end, yes, sir. And that will kind of show you what happens when you take copper versus galvanized to run water to your residents. And we run into that quite often, especially with some of the older saddles in town. So we'll have to go back, dig all this back up to retap that or place another saddle when people call and say they got low water pressure. that's pretty much it in a nutshell. Any questions, concerns,
No,
critiques?
Awesome job.
very good,
Thank you.
very
All
good.
right, well, thank you guys for your time.
Thank you very much.
Thank you, Alan.
Thank you. Hey, he did a great job. Now my PowerPoint, I'll try to move this along, but I knew that was exciting stuff. Hopefully you
Yeah.
enjoyed it. I did. The first slide is what is a water service? It's the water line that connects the main to the house. Okay, pretty simple. Next slide. Got it. That's just that's showing a typical house and the water main and the water service running into the house. And that's our standard detail on the right. It's kind of small, but that's the detail that we follow when subdivisions come in to build water services. Okay? And that's also what Alan's crew has to do on the majority or almost all the houses in lieu of, except maybe Bulow Estates that put in the water services already with the development. But by and large, the vacant lots out there do not have water services in place. The next slide is just showing, I put that in there because there's a double water meter there on the right bottom corner. And you can see the large valve coming off the T. That's what you just approved. Down at the bottom middle, that's a valve. It has a stem, and you normally put a 4 or 6 inch piece of plastic pipe over that valve. That way they can drop their valve wrench down at the bottom and turn it on and turn it off. And it's very labor intensive to do that. Next slide. So that was the water. The sewer lateral, a sewer lateral is the underground pipe that connects a residence or business to the sewer line. Okay? Basically, it's owned by it's maintained to the property line by the city, but it's actually an improvement to the property because now they have water or sewer available to them, which has quite a bit of value. Okay? If you go to a realtor and find out what the difference between some property that has sewer available or doesn't have sewer available, it probably amounts to around, my guess is $5,000 to $10,000, if not more than that, of value. So it does add value to the real estate property. Next slide. There's a typical sewer lateral connecting to the main, and they have a clean out at the property line. That's generally the understood demarcation between what the city maintains under the street to what the resident has to maintain from the house to the front property line where the cleanout's normally located. Next slide, just another detail showing the same thing. It actually shows the homeowner responsibility, which really isn't true. Basically, the maintenance responsibility is understood to stop at the property line. Okay? The next slide is a couple of our standard utility details that I had drawn up a couple of years ago and adopted that all properties have to follow. I'm sorry, did I miss one? You can skip by. Go to the next one. Right there. There's the standard details. With the upper left is a clean out, which Alan described very well. There's a 90. And then on the right is a standard sewer lateral. It shows connecting to the main down at the bottom right corner and coming up. Depending on the depth, they show the two different descriptions depending on the depth of the sewer main. Okay, a shallow one won't have all those bends in it. But basically, you have to maintain a 2% fall. So it's not just throwing the pipe in the trench. You've actually got to make sure that the sewer flows downhill, or else you have issues. And Alan has issues normally. Alan and his crew. The next slide basically shows it's a dirty business. You can see the trench, the pipe in the trench. As you can see, sometimes you go across, you don't want to try and go through other utility pipes, you want to go under or over. But you'd be surprised who tries to go right through them. And that creates more problems. Next slide. That's a nice, beautiful picture of a sewer line that's good, and then a sewer line that's bad, okay? Basically, that's roots that have permeated the sewer main or the sewer lateral. And why that little bulge is and that one in the middle, bottom, that's at a joint was put in, and the roots just grew up into the gap. But the pipe is completely plugged. And then on the lower right, you can see what a beautiful sewer line can look like after you've lined it. So you basically finished, we just finished lining 4 miles, and we got 4 more miles to go end of this year with $1 million total from St. John's. And we'll make these pipes look just like new, Alan. Okay, the next 2 slides, like I said, I want to thank Lee for putting this together for me. The next slide is, these are the ordinances. And I want to just clarify that we aren't changing anything, but we are implementing ordinance that's already in place, okay? We're implementing ordinances that have been in place, that have been periodically applied over the years. However, well, I'll just mention to you, we had to install a sewer, we needed a sewer lateral. Robbie Richmond, who's in the audience, needed a sewer lateral, okay, to a home, okay? I called him up and said, listen, Robbie, the good news and the bad news. The bad news is you need to pay for the sewer lateral. The good news is there's 2 lots, so we can split the cost in half. And I told him I'll get quotes from contractors, and I'll let you know if you want to do it yourself or you want to have the contractor do it. Well, about a month or so later, I let him know how much it was going to be, and he said, well, I go, well, do you want to do it? He says, no, I don't want to do it, and I don't want to pay you any more money either, which is understandable, but the codes say that they're supposed to pay for the things. The existing customers are not supposed to pay. The people that are benefiting from the improvements are supposed to pay. It's clear throughout the ordinances, if you're within 200 feet, you have to hook up to sewer. When water is available, you're required to hook up to water. And it clearly says that everyone has to pay, the property owner has to pay the cost, okay? When I came to realize that, I spoke to the city attorney and the city manager, and I said, gee, we had a little more than 32 properties at that time, but since some of those CO'd, so I took them off the list. But the city manager and the city attorney advised me that we really can't go back to properties that have been CO'd already. However, the properties that are under construction, okay, we can send the certified letters out to the owners, and we have to send them an invoice, send them a copy of the ordinance, and send them a letter, okay? Those 32 certified letters were prepared about 10 days ago, and were signed by Larry. However, because the builders were opposed to this, Larry asked me to prepare this presentation for you, so you could be aware of what was going on, and you'd at least be knowledgeable of what we were in the process of doing. Okay. I guess next slide. This was the next slide. That's the builder's letter. Basically, they asked for not for us not to charge any of this money till November 1st. Okay. This money probably amounts to, I don't know how many building permits are going to be submitted before November 1st, but most likely, if you just add to $66,000, it's probably going to amount to about $80,000. Okay, so the question really is, who should pay the $80,000? Should it be the ratepayers through our normal rate collections? Because that's what basically has been paying most of this in the past. Or should it be the property owners? Of course, the builders have a different opinion on that. I'm sure they're going to get up here and they should be able to explain themselves and to you why they're upset about this. And I can understand their surprise. However, the code does say the owner has to pay. It doesn't say when you can bill them. It doesn't say when you can bill them. It basically says if the city builds the improvements, you should send a certified letter to the owner and collect the money. Okay? However, obviously, well, maybe you're not obvious to you, but it's obvious to me now, to create a bill, okay, the finance director advised me, and I think it made logical sense, the billing needed to be done through the building department, okay? So, went to the building department, like I said, once, I'll just back up a second. Alan Watts' crew were very diligent about looking at these properties and identifying which ones what they did to each one, and we came up to a reasonable amount of money for the amount of work that was accomplished by their crews. And we put it in this list, and we're sending out the letters to those 32. I know I'm getting kind of long-winded, and I'm kind of tired of talking anyway, so I guess I'll open it up to any questions you might have, and I'm sure the builders would like to give their point of view.
Okay. I'm thinking that maybe we can save some time. Thank you for your presentation. I know you did what you were asked to do.
Thank you, Lee.
I understand the home builders upset. If you're being told that a house is going to cost X amount of money to build, and now all of a sudden it's 1,000 or whatever more, I understand that. I do not agree with waiting till November to start implementing an ordinance that should have been implemented 7 years ago. So I'm going to propose that we not charge the list of people that you have that will eat that money, unfortunately, that the existing ratepayers will eat that money. But anybody who comes in for a permit as of Monday, whatever Monday's date is, will go through the, if it's Alan or whoever determines what work needs to be done, how much it's going to cost, that then be added to the permit fees on any kind of new projects that come in after Monday. And I would propose that and hope that that would be a compromise for both the city and for the home builders.
So when you say add to the permit fees, do you mean to give whoever the applicant for the development order is, for the building permit is, to give them notice up front of the estimated cost of installation? Because the thing to understand with the lateral line installation, when we're talking getting it from main to property line, you don't know what that cost is until it's done. And so I think it's not a permit fee. It's not a fee that's paid. It is a pass-through cost. It costs the city X number of dollars and cents to install. So at the front end, the city can give an estimate, but it is not the same as a permit fee that's being charged. I just want to make sure that you and I are on the same page as to what you mean.
That's what I mean.
Call it a construction fee or something like that.
Whatever you need to call it.
It's not a fee, it's a pass-through cost, and that's important to understand.
But you should not be able, I don't know how this happens when this was passed in 2013, and now we're going after, I don't know if these 32 people on the list have their CO, if they don't have their CO, what's going on, but I don't know how you finish out your permit, get your CO, and then, oh, by the way, you have to pay for this. Someone's dropped the ball along the way.
And that's why I say, I agree with the concept of they need to be told up front, because they also should have the option, and the ordinance is written in that way, if the city installs, the developer could choose to install, nope, I can do it cheaper as long as they can do it right.
Right, right, and that's in the ordinance. So the developer does have that option.
So this typical building permit charges list,
It doesn't fit in that.
it doesn't, but could it be added in
It
different
really,
wording?
I mean, you could put in there a estimate to be given, but it's important to remember that what you're talking about is not a fee. Because what you're talking about, unlike the things that you set in your fee resolution, where it's an average cost, this is strictly a pass-through cost.
Right, I
Because we don't
understand.
know how many feet of line you're having to run, how deep you're having to, every property is going to be different. So there
understand.
just cannot be, it just doesn't fit into that category where you can have a one-size-fits-all.
I get that. So is there some way of changing the title of this and adding the or.
Or you put an asterisk in there. It's not even just the getting
you tell
notice to getting notice to the builders. I mean, they have some more notice now, but it's at the very outset of the process, the very first time somebody comes in with that building permit in hand to identify, are there laterals running to the property line or are there not? So that discussion is happening up front. And then everybody is engaged, builder, buyer, city, engaged from the very first minute. This is what it's going to cost to get sewer and water to this property.
That's what I'm looking for, however you have to word it.
Maybe I can help clarify it a little bit here. This is, of all the houses I built, this is what I pay. I've been paying $670 to connect the water and $950 to connect the sewer. That's above and beyond paying your sewer impact fee and your water impact fee, which is another $5,500. So these fees on these 32 properties are over and above that.
That's right, but they're not fees. So those fees are what you would pay if there's a water line at the property line. So all you're doing is tapping it. What we're talking about with this pass-through is if you're within 200 feet of a property, of the water line, you're gonna have to connect. But that water line has to get, let's say you're at the extent of that and you're at 200 feet, somebody's gotta get that water and sewer from 200 feet away to the property line. That's what this pass-through cost is all about, and that's all this pass-through cost is about.
Well,
It's getting the
I can
water
tell you
from here to there.
firsthand, this list is not, that's not the case. Maybe in some cases, yes. And Mayor, you and the chair should remember back, we kind of had some hiccups with this in the past, where they got down the south end of town and they had to dig down so deep that they were below the water table, and they had to de-water and
23rd
calling
Street.
contractors.
23rd Street.
And that was all supposed to be, let the builder know up front about that. And the last property I bought's down on South Daytona, or South Flagler. So I was concerned about whether I was going to have to tap into the sewer line below the water table and pay that extra cost. Okay, extra cost, not fee. And Alan says, no, I can hook it up with what we got. So now we're back to the $950, and I was good with that. So I don't know, how can each one of these be the exact identical amount of money additional?
But
I mean,
what you're pointing at, Rick, that's the folks that are in the pipeline now, correct?
there were letters sent to 32 people.
That's
32.
this? I just want to make sure I'm looking at what you're looking
This
at.
is tiny.
No, well, I don't know, mine's printed out in a different format, it looks like.
Right. But what Jane suggested
Haven't gone out.
what Jane suggests is we were going to, this will be null and void, and this would
I
only be moving
understand that,
forward.
but if they're charging this above the base fee, the base cost of a water connection or a sewer connection, then there should be some backup for it. You know, what did you have to do that they're incurring this cost?
And I absolutely agree with
And
that.
Alan goes out to the sites prior to a permit being issued and assesses what really is involved.
I think that's what it
And
said.
that's what the homeowners are barking about.
What?
They need to know before they put a price tag on how much they're going to be able to build this house for. And then for the city to come back after the fact, and I know you're proposing to drop that, but if we're going to charge extra to cover the cost of running an extra lateral or going under the street with a line that isn't there, then they need to know up front.
Yeah, I totally agree.
And beyond knowing up front, and that's why I want to jump in, because Rick makes an exceptional point here. From my perspective, if push comes to shove at the end of the day, somebody doesn't pay and we have to collect, I'm gonna want that backup to be able to show a court, this is every single penny we spent to install this. So from minute one, those costs should be being tracked, absolutely.
So this needs to follow basically a quote, documented quote process, correct? And that needs to be in the ordinance somewhere, I would assume?
Shouldn't have to be. I mean, it should just be the policy and process for how to
Covering the
track it.
cost.
The same as a building permit. We don't spell out every step in the building permit process. We just say you have to have one.
Yeah, we tell Matt, we want to raise the price of tickets. We don't ask how he implements them. Once we pass something, we just assume that staff is following the steps. If they're not, well, I don't see how we can go back on people now and go, oh, by the way, you owe us this much money, because there is no documentation to show it. And that's on us, or on staff, or on someone, but.
No, it's on us.
Yep.
And that's why I suggest, starting Monday morning, that any permit is pulled, that we do that, starting Monday morning. You're right, though, Mayor. For us not letting the builders know on the front end, shame on us. And that's why I'm suggesting that we enact an ordinance that we already have, but we start Monday morning, so there's no surprises. And those letters have not gone out to those 35 homeowners.
Drew, you're looking concerned.
Just focusing on the audio.
Okay. Eric?
I had a couple comments. So, Jane, I thought your proposal is spot on. I think you don't back charge people arbitrary amounts, and that's what this is. That's why all these are the same. Every single lot's different, but all the fees are the same. That's ridiculous. But I don't think Monday's the right number. I think we should at least get enough time to get it publicized and out there and let folks know that it's coming.
2013.
Yeah.
Well, yeah. But the whole reason why we're sitting here is because we've executed this wrong. I mean, I think at least allowing, 7 days or something, just,
All right.
something.
A week from Monday.
Yeah, just something to give people time to adjust and say, okay, we have this fee. And then if it exceeds beyond the scope, then we're going to give you a quote, or you can do your own, or you have all kinds of different options that are not going to put you under any type of financial hardship.
It's not
I
a
think
fee, it's a cost. It's a pass-through cost.
Right. And, we're not here to make a bunch of money on it. I thought that proposal was a great idea. And I'm going to call this out. And Larry alluded to, on the phone when he said, shame on us. But how we're going about things is shame on us in often. This is becoming a trend. And I'm going, I know this being in front of us and us addressing this and having to say we're not going to go back and do something that we should have never done to begin with. And so I do have an issue with that, and I want to get it on record, and I want the public to know that, we're having to say shame on us too often with these topics. And
Well, I'd just like to, not to interrupt you, but this was passed under a previous city manager, under a previous engineer. So current staff is really not responsible.
right, but we are back charging arbitrary numbers. That is fact. It's indisputable. You ethically can't even do that.
No.
And that's where I have a problem. So, but I wanted to call that out. I wanted to get it on record, and I want to, just as a disclosure item for the public and our city manager and our engineer, that this is a trend, and this trend needs to change. And but Jane, your idea was great. I think we do need to just give a reasonable amount of time to the builders. We're not going to back charge arbitrary numbers that can't even be justified. And then we'll move forward, and we're not going to put anybody in a bad situation.
Anybody else got anything? Debbie, you got anything?
No, but I would like to hear from whoever's
Yeah,
here
yeah,
from the
we
Home
will.
Builders Association, so.
That's how we do it first, then,
No fighting, guys.
okay. Nicely,
Good evening, Mark Langello. I'm on the chamber, I'm on the Home Builders Board. I was on the.
wrong meeting, Mark.
Yep, it's been a long night here, Jane. 2.5 hours sitting there.
No
See, I
kidding.
couldn't sit any longer. Anyway, I'm on the Government Affairs Committee, that's why I'm here tonight. And actually, I'd like to applaud all the commissioners, a lot of staff, for recognizing the problem when brought to you. It's really refreshing to see that you all see this problem and we're not out here arguing that there even is a problem. Everything you guys said was what we believe in at the Home Builders. I can tell you, to Eric's point about the time frame, the reason why the time frame was a problem is it hadn't been implemented virtually not at all over the last 7 years. So the builders and in effect the homeowners weren't aware of this charge and weren't being charged it. And the reason why Monday is too short, in some of our opinion, is that there's already contracts and negotiations being done. And you might need a little more time because these people are already assuming what had been the norm for years and not knowing that this thing is being up there. So that's why the longer time frame was proposed. And maybe if not 90 days, you can reduce that. But that was the purpose of that. It was to allow whenever you charge a home builder, you charge a homeowner.
Of course.
So it's getting passed on. And to allow that not to happen, in effect. Also, I agree also 100% with Eric when he said about shame on you and it shouldn't be happening. And honestly, I have 3 lots in the city. I was going to build $500,000 or $600,000 homes. The values, you would have probably $2 million in property value in the city. And with all the stuff that's been going on for months here regarding the engineering department, I've decided I don't want to do it. So that's $2 million worth of ad valorem taxes that I'm not willing to bring to the city right now because of this problem. And I'm hoping that maybe that's a real thing. You hope you recognize that because right now the city needs money. And the way of getting it, arbitrary fees, is not the way to do it. So.
Can you stick to this, please?
Okay, well, that was my point, though. I mean, this thing also is making me say just the other week, I just don't want to do it here. So there is more effects than just, to Eric's point, to stop making these bad decisions. Anyway, thank you.
I don't think Eric said we made bad decisions. I think what Eric said was the decisions were not followed.
Yes, I don't mean decision by you, decisions by staff not to do the right thing. Thank you.
Okay. Not gonna. Dennis?
Good evening, everybody. Dennis Bear on behalf of Rich Smith. A couple of clarifications I think are in order. I take this thing off. The way that this was gone about, I'm familiar with the 2013 ordinance. If you recall, back when you all ran the sewer down to South 23rd Street, I represented about half the homeowners on the street. You had the actual engineering study that was done, how much to dewater, how much for the pipe, how much for the connection, how much to take out. So that was something that was sent to all the homeowners. It's going to cost you $9,000 or $7,000. So they knew specifically what the cost of those items were ahead of time. Here, the issue is a lot of those houses that are on that list, or a lot of those lots that are on that list, didn't need laterals. They already had the pipes are already there. So if there's a cost, like the dewatering cost, okay, what's the cost? 5 hours with a pump, 2 guys to man it, whatever it is, should be spelled out. It's not $500. And it's not $500 or $1,000 for each of those 32 lots. So there was no effort to look at the difference between those lots when those charges, and a lot of the bills have been charged. Mr. Smith's,
$66,000.
yeah, he's gotten these bills later on, and then he's told you can't get your CO. Well, that's not in the ordinance. The ordinance says you got to give them 30 days to pay. The ordinance also doesn't give the developer or the builder the option to do it himself. It's not in the ordinance. But the ordinance is very clear that it has to be the actual cost incurred for that specific piece of property, which is not what's being followed. And, if you look at the report that Mr. Griffith provided for tonight, it talks about some places you may have to bore or repair the city street. Those are all, again, going to vary lot to lot. So that's the problem, is not just that it's being implemented, but it's not being implemented in accordance with the way it's supposed to be in the ordinance. You may need to tweak the ordinance, but clearly there needs to be some identification at the time of permitting that, hey, this is an area that we've in the past we've had to dewater. Mr. Builder, we need to look into this issue before the permit gets involved. So there is that upfront notice, and people are dealt with fairly so they know what they're going to be dealing with. But the costs do need to be clearly identified ahead of time, and the ordinance does need to provide language that would give them, the builder, the option to get a licensed plumber, whomever, to do the work themselves.
Yeah, I just want to ask Drew, do we need to change the word?
It wouldn't hurt. I may disagree with Dennis a little bit in my interpretation, because I would say it doesn't prohibit it, and it does provide that if the city performs the work, then the owner has to pay the city, which I think leaves the window open for the owner performing the work themselves if agreed to with the city. But if you want to put in there express
could
language
amend it.
saying the owner or the builder can do it, or the owner of the lot can do it, I don't have a problem with that.
All right, Eric?
Yes. Dennis, I understand that if I've heard you right, and correct me if I'm wrong, that your client had a permit, I don't know what you call it, put on hold, stopped, or some version of that?
I think he's.
Well, it was suspended, that got lifted, but now we can't get a.
Rich, if you're going to talk.
Rich,
now,
why don't you go ahead and address?
Madam Chair, Commissioners, just for the record, we were billed, and our homeowner was never notified, and we're pretty sure that $66,000 was billed to the builders in this community and some of the homeowners in this community before the letters were ever sent. In fact, they've made note tonight that letters have never been sent to the homeowners. So there's actually an income slot in y'all's accounts receivable for $66,000 of erroneous billing that is out there right now that needs to be corrected. So I want to make that for the record. The other issue with regard to the permit, if you look at our permit where he has gone in and added the arbitrary $500 fee for water and $500 fee for sewer, it suspends our permit until those fees are paid. Now, I got with the building official, and Rick said by no means would he hold back our permit and our inspections. However, it does hold up our CO. And so if this is the method by which the city wants to take moving forward, that they're just going to bill people without knowing what the costs are or notifying the homeowner or the builder that they're going to bill them and then hold them hostage on their CO, this is not the place I moved to 21 years ago.
All right, Rich, I think you heard us say.
I also see an ordinance here, Jane, that is not being abided by, that I hope that this meeting will correct that situation.
Absolutely. I thought you heard us say.
It was said in 2013, so there has to be a process, a procedure put in place that makes sure that this man's department is accountable for what he charges people.
Not my department.
So, the engineering department. But in this instance, there is no accountability. Everybody got charged the same amount, and in my case, guess what? There was no work done. So I was billed for work that wasn't even done on my lot. So I just don't want to see us moving forward. We'll be right back here. So I hope that there's some kind of precedence out of this meeting that goes into the staff to say this is the procedure by which you follow this ordinance, and give the builders the opportunity to do the work themselves if we find that the city fees are outrageous.
So, with that being said, Drew, by what has happened, permitting and blocking change orders, whatever technical term happened, you just heard it, but, I mean, did we violate our own ordinance?
You didn't follow the the ordinance wasn't followed in the sense that there was no discussion from the get-go. I mean, I don't know how you get get to the end point of the ordinance, because all the ordinance is saying is if we put in lateral lines, it's a pass-through cost. That's what the ordinance is about. And so what's the issue that's being brought to you is you're passing through a cost that we, the home builders, had no way of knowing about, knowing what the cost was going to be, knowing how to work it into our contracts. So the not following the ordinance is in the not having the habit since 2013 of having a system to pass through the cost. So to that point, yes, what Mr. Smith was saying, I've heard the same thing from others that I think, I don't know who it was that was saying it, or I guess Mr. Smith was referencing Rick. I had the conversation with Fred, nope, you can't hold up COs. With Rick, you can't hold up COs. So I don't know where that's coming from. All I can tell you is I know everybody I've spoken to has heard from me, you can't hold up COs.
I can explain this better, if I could.
Fred, I don't,
Okay.
yeah, I don't think it's necessary for you to. I think we need to move forward.
To one point that Mr. Smith said though, because I think I caught on with you when you were saying it. I think that maybe the distinction between what Mr. Bear is saying, what I'm saying too, is I think they're asking to have in there that they basically have a first right to build if they want to build, as opposed to how I would interpret what you have now is we can build unless we choose to allow the home builder to build. And I think what they're really asking for is they be given the option to build if they think they can do it cheaper than the city can.
Well, and it
All right,
has,
you have to come up.
but the second part of that, per the ordinance, has to be the actual cost. It can't just be a $500 estimate or $1,000 for each one. It has to be based upon the actual number of feet of pipe, whatever the case may be.
Absolutely, and I agree wholeheartedly with that.
Joe, I have a question, though. If, let's say, the home builder decides to do it themselves, is there anything that can come back on the city if that pipe?
We would probably require a bond. We'd require a bond if
Okay.
they were going to do it on their own, with their own labor.
Okay.
All right, can we try and let the public do their talking, and then we can, I know it's easier to answer their questions, but, okay, please.
Hello, my name's Robbie Richmond. I'm a life director on the Home Builders Association board. I'm also the owner of Intracoastal Construction. And I just wanted to point out a few things. First, I want to say thank you very much to having an understanding for the scenario and expressing how this has been handled at this point. You know, it could have been handled better, obviously, and I appreciate you recognizing that. One thing Fred mentioned earlier about how it brings more value to a property whenever it has the sewer and water available at the site, and that if you were to ask a realtor, it would add more value to that property if they were available. Well, if you go on every lot listing that exists in the city of Flagler Beach, as we sit here right now on Ocean Shore Boulevard, Central Avenue, Daytona Avenue, Flagler Avenue, every one of those real estate listings right now says that there are utilities available to every one of those lots. And the fact of the matter is the situation that exists on all these lots that are in question that Fred sent out these extra expenses on are exactly the same. The water and sewer lines, they didn't have laterals put in originally whenever they were installed on all these streets. So these laterals that need to be added to the sewer lines, every house that got built in town up until today, that had to be done, except for the developments that have been built within the last 20 years that actually followed current, development guidelines, and you have the laterals and you have the tie-ins already for your water hookups and stuff are already in place. But other than those, the majority of lots that exist in Flagler Beach need this work done and have had this work done. So the impression, and why we as the Home Builders Association are asking for extra time, this is an education process. If we're going to need to start charging more money, we have to have some idea of what that cost range might be. And then we have to tell our clients and every realtor that sells property in the city of Flagler Beach, we need to let the realtors know. We need to let the board of realtors know that the information needs to get out to the public, because this is a shift of the way everything's been done in the history of Flagler Beach. It's never been done before. So if we're going to change and there's going to be extra expenses, we have to inform the public and let them know this is something you need to know when you're looking at purchasing a piece of property in Flagler Beach. Now, on top of the impact fees and the normal water and sewer connection fees we've had in the past, you could have more. So I would just make a plea really a week isn't long enough. I appreciate, I mean, what you've done, I appreciate. So I'm not trying, what you're proposing, Jane, I'm not trying to belittle it in any way. I appreciate what you've proposed to this point, but please take in consideration that before you make your definite mind up about the timeframe. Just one other thing when it comes to Mr. Griffith. This scenario and how this has been handled.
First of all, we're talking about this, we're not.
It's a trend is what I wanted to say.
But
This is not the only scenario that's been handled in this manner, so.
Okay, we're talking about this right now. If we were, okay, I just said we shouldn't respond. Okay,
I didn't get my 3 minutes. I just want to clarify one thing.
you're only allowed one shot, Rich.
You asked me to stand up, so can I finish, please?
Go ahead.
Thank you. There's a fee collected at the time of permit for $950 for sewer. There's a fee collected for $670 at the time of permit for water. The cost associated with that installation starts there. That fee does not just go away and then we start figuring out what it's going to cost to install. So I've been told by Kathleen that this money is to be specifically used to install water connections and sewer connections. So when we start figuring out the additional charges that the engineering department wants to charge us, it starts with the $970 and the $650. Does that make sense? The money that we were charged at the time of permit.
I can't answer that.
Okay. Well,
It's
Eric,
good info.
so we're charged at the time of permit $950 and $670 for water connection and sewer connection fees. So before we are charged additional money when we come back Monday or 90 days from here, hopefully, then it should be expressed to us when this bill comes in that he's expired the $970 and $650 before he starts coming up with additional fees.
And just to piggyback off, for clarity, just so I understand what you're saying, it's implied that sewer and water fees require labor. That's why the fees are there. So the $950 and the $670 are kind of estimated. This is what it costs us to do this.
Average, kind of,
Right.
averaged out deal.
And so if we go through that quote process, it would be assumed that, okay, well, we're not starting at $1, and I don't want to take his time. I'm just making sure I understand what you're saying for the record. Okay. And so it would be inclusive of that. So we did $950 of work on this sewer, and now we're getting over that with our crews, and this is, where we're at.
It's not a deposit. That's not a deposit. That is a fee. And if the fee is too much, the question that you should be asking is, do we need to reassess this fee so that we can see what is the cost of making the connection? But those fees are the cost of connection. They're not a deposit. They're a fee that's based on the average expected cost of doing that part of the work.
So like what I hear Rich saying is if the work costs $5,000 and he's already put in $1,500 for those two things that were in here.
Right, already.
Do we start at $1,500 and charge?
And
the
that's my
difference?
point. And I'm not saying you were calling a deposit. Where I got the deposit from is because if we say, before you charge me anything extra, show me that you spent $950 on the cost of this. That is a fee, not a cost. That is the fee. It's an average cost, but every single person that comes in and applies, this is the fee you pay. And that fee, it's not drawn against, it's not exhausted, it's completely different than the pass-through cost
That's
of the
what I
lateral
thought.
line installation.
That's what I.
So and Drew, to your point, so then that means we have to have that quote process in place. That's where the imperative part comes in, is knowing.
Well, that's why I say,
that you're
if the
getting into
question
that.
is the $950 or whatever the fees are, is that too much? That's a different question, a valid question. It's always worthwhile to go back and look at your fees and see, are they lining up with that averaged cost? Could be too high, could be too low. But that fee, and it works both ways. If you have a difficult connection, and it costs you $5,000 to make the connection that the applicant paid $950 fee for, you also don't charge them the extra $4,000. You know, that cuts both ways.
I think, if I understand that the show that was put on tonight, those are the standard connections that occur with every lot. That seems like that's what should be included with the basic $950 or the $650 fee, is hooking in, plugging in, making sure the pipes are all set up correctly. The extraordinary fees above that should be the cost to dewater because it's got a high water level, we have to run the main across the road, whatever we need to do, would be the extraordinary fees, which again would have to be identified up front.
And Dennis and I agree. I don't think you and I are saying anything different.
Okay.
Do you think we're saying something different?
No, I think it may be a good idea. I mean, I don't want to put too much burden on the staff, but that $950 and the $650, those are recurring costs that are typical for each lot that you hook up to.
Exactly.
Like Robbie Richmond just said a couple minutes ago, that each of those lots are similar unless they're one of the newer subdivisions. So those costs should be included in, maybe analyze it and see how much time it does take them, but it only in the extraordinary cases would they be charged anything above that roughly $1,500.
I don't know that I wouldn't even go so broad. I think you're actually saying something broader than what I'm saying. It's not every extraordinary case. It's not if there's a problem with the connection. It's the only time that pass-through should be charged is if the water ends here, the property line is here, and you got to span a distance to get the water to the property line. That's the only extraordinary circumstance that I'm talking about.
So Drew, is that documented already, or does that need documentation?
All the ordinance says.
So, okay, so we're good.
Okay. Anybody else?
My name is Doug O'Connor. Some of you might recognize me. I'm a commissioner in Beverly Beach. I'm about to break ground on a house on A1A, so I'm involved in some of these things. So I'm so glad I came tonight because I learned that the Army Corps of Engineers, they putting sand on my property. And now I understand that I could be hit with a fee where my realtor told me that there was water and sewer connection. And Robbie's right. If you look on the multiple listing, every realtor says that. So I think we need to change that too, because that is definitely misleading.
So that's an argument with the realtors.
Yeah, well, I think it could be a lawsuit against the realtors if they tell me I got connections. So, I mean, that's an issue that I guess, we're bringing things up, but I'm just so glad I came to this meeting.
Well, welcome. I knew you looked familiar, but I couldn't place you. Anybody else? Last chance. Okay, closed public comment. And what we were here to do tonight was a discussion regarding additional connection fees. So if somebody could take what I said, because I can't make a motion, and make a motion.
Shot at it.
Okay.
All right. This will be an interesting one. All right, so, well, let's do a little bit of discussion here. So we're going to make a motion, and we're going to make a motion negating any previous fees. Help me out, Drew.
You're going to wipe out this list.
Like, what's the best
Would be a
wording for
motion
this?
to direct staff to waive water lateral pass-through costs incurred prior to, and then you fill in the blank for whatever your start date is going to be.
And the first date on this list does not have dates, so we could do this as
Prior to today?
inclusive of presented list at the commission meeting?
No. I'm talking about the future date. So it would be to waive outstanding lateral installation pass-through costs through whatever date in the future you want staff to use as the date that they implement what they've said they're going to do, which is from minute one get with the home builder, get with the property owner, get with the applicant and say, this is what it's gonna take to get a lateral to this property line. So that's the fill in the blank date, not the old date, the future date is the date that I was talking about there. So I
Okay.
think that's the one, if you wanna have the discussion on the date, then I will give you language for a complete motion and then somebody can say
Well,
something.
let's, how about we do as moved on that at 30 days
So 30 days from today?
today?
May I chime in? Maybe it should say, any further permit applications. So there's jobs out there, they may not have.
Understood.
Okay, so any future permit applications will absolutely, so anything that's already permitted is off the hook.
I think I have you, Rick. Let me take a crack at it and let me know if I captured yours too. So to waive outstanding water and sewer lateral pass-through costs and any new permit applications that come in between now and,
No.
no. Give me 2 minutes. Let me write it out so I'm not trying to think through the words.
Well, and while he's doing that, y'all feel okay with 30 days? Is that fair for all parties?
No, I think he's working it out now, Eric. What I was suggesting is that there's permits that are out there, that have already been given to, the builders have paid for and taken away from the building department. So anything that's already permitted is not subject to these fees at this point. But anything from that point, any new permits for certain.
Okay, yeah, I was making it too complicated. Let me try this, Rick. Waive pass-through costs for water and sewer laterals for all projects permitted prior to 30 days from today's date. Yes?
Well, then then people might be bringing new ones in.
Wasn't that the intent, is that they're coming in, if they might have a property under contract that they haven't submitted for permits for yet.
That's true.
All right, Rob, you can't do that.
Right, anybody that has paperwork in the pipeline is.
I have no
out.
problem with inviting Mr. Bear to the
Yeah.
podium, he might have good
Yeah,
input too.
Well, did you finish?
I did.
All right, read it again.
It was to waive pass-through costs for water and sewer laterals for all projects that were permitted prior to whatever the date 30 days from today is.
Okay.
So moved.
Second.
Yeah, I think,
Okay, we have a motion and a second.
I'm sorry.
No, go ahead, Dennis.
If you're not okay with that, that's,
I
I did.
I mean, so permits that are issued in the next 30 days will not be assessed.
That's correct.
And then there will be an upfront, I mean, I think we need to make it clear that the estimate or the cost have to be given at the time of permit issuance.
I think that's a separate motion, and that's certainly the intent. I mean, that's been the discussion. I hope staff has the direction on that.
But I'm not,
Do we need a separate motion for that? Because isn't that
I don't know
what,
that you need a motion for that, was my point.
that's what the
What
ordinance
you're doing
says?
going forward, the record keeping, the conversation, the communication, I don't know that you need a formal motion on that, but I think that is the direction that's been given.
Because the ordinance already says that.
It's operational.
So that, apologies, just the only other point, but during the next 30 days, if a permit's applied for, it will be waived, correct?
Yes.
It doesn't have to be a permit issued in the next 30 days. So if somebody applies next week for a permit.
So, now I understand, so let me
we can't
tweak
waive
it.
them all, Drew.
What?
If they
I know
get
that's
down
your-
there, if they get down there on south end of town and they're down below the water table again, the people have to pay for that. The city's not gonna pay to hire a contractor and then give it away. So we gotta make accommodations for that.
Yeah,
I'm
I
talking
can see
about,
a
we're
bad-
talking
a
about
bad
putting a lateral under the road, or something like that, but there's some circumstances that
But the only
we don't want to forgive
The only thing
100%.
that this ordinance is talking about is running a lateral line. That's the only cost that that ordinance is talking about.
I'm a little unhappy about that part because I can, first of all, see a big slew of permits coming in the next 30 days. We're already behind because we haven't been implementing it. I'm sure all the home builders are aware that we had this meeting tonight, and I'm sure there's been discussion with the realtors, because I know how that operation works. So I'm a little unhappy about going that long. If Monday doesn't work, I think the Monday after, to have anything new come in, I don't care where they are in their negotiations with the customer, but anything new that comes in to Larry or whoever it comes to first, I think we start implementing something which should have been implemented 7 years ago.
I mean, we haven't done it for 6 years. I mean, I don't know why we're rushed now. I have a motion on the table for 30 days right now.
I'll second it. To your point, Jane, there's, when home builders are negotiating, they don't go to the building department the next day after they sign a contract.
I know that.
They have to go through a lot of stuff. So
I know.
30 days might only be a third of the time it takes them to put a permit package together.
Mhm. I bought a house in 2002 that was built in 1990. The person who built that house had to pay for the connection. And they, okay, then when I bought the house, it was passed on to me, somewhere in the charge of that house. You didn't pay for it, Eric didn't pay for it. I don't think we should all collectively have to pay for something. I think that we agreed that we were wrong in not applying this for so long, but I don't want to go forward and keep repeating the sin. So I'm not happy with the 30 days. If that's the motion, I'm going to vote against it. So that is the motion. Do we need a roll call on that? I think we should.
Ready? Commissioner Phillips? I can't hear you.
She said no.
Your mic's not on.
No to the motion.
Commissioner Bellhumor?
Yes.
Commissioner Cooley?
Yes,
Chair Mealy?
No. So
tie it fails.
it fails because we didn't have, is that how it works? Okay, can we have a different motion? Oh, I know we can.
You want?
I'm waiting for one.
I'll do a, same motion would be a so moved at 14 days.
I'll second that.
You second that?
Yes.
Commissioner, do you want to open that up to the public? No? We're
No.
good? We already had this?
I
Okay.
think we've all heard what everybody has to say.
Commissioner Bellhumor?
Yes.
Commissioner Phillips?
Yes.
Commissioner Cooley?
Yes, the motion.
Chair Mealy?
Yes. So 14 days from today, or we'll go through the Monday. What's,
Can I ask for a point of clarification? Is that for issuance of the permit, 14
when they
days?
first come in and apply for it?
Then you're gonna
Everything
have a-
applied for through that point, yeah, once the application comes in.
They don't have to pay any money when they come in and apply for it, just so you know. They can wait any long period of time to pay for it. So if you make it that the date, I'm not sure how we're going to keep track of it.
There's still assessed fees. So it's,
It's a cost. It's not part of that fee schedule. It's a cost. So if you,
It's put in the system when you bought the.
Okay. All right.
so I'm looking at 2 weeks from the 24th is September 7th.
What date is that, Jane? September 7th? Thank you.
And so, again, I don't think, you're welcome to make a motion if you want to. I don't think that there's a necessity. I think the city manager has heard, and I think staff has heard the direction on the rest of it, which is to keep crystal clear records from the beginning, not just of the cost, but also the communication of that cost to the builders.
Okay, we're done with that. How much more do we have with staff?
What we got staff here for now?
No, I really want to take a break.
we got a ways to go.
What?
We have a ways to go. Yeah,
Yeah.
break might be good.
For
I don't know, Bob, let's get through the, Bobby can go home. All right, number.
Got Larry.
Huh?
Okay, got Larry here too.
I know, but I can't go through the rest of this without a break, sorry. No, I don't know.
We should probably take 5 minutes.
Yeah. I was trying to say Bobby, but.
That was a very, very, very good suggestion.
Thank you.
Very good.
I appreciate it.
Yes.
Oh.
They're gonna fix that. It's,
All right. Number 16, interlocal agreement between Flagler County and the city on the CAD software maintenance. Chief?
Bobby Case, Fire Chief, Flagler Beach Fire Department. Currently, the public safety in the city is involved with an interlocal agreement with the county concerning support and a maintenance agreement for CAD system or our computer-aided dispatch. We've been in this interlocal agreement for the last 5 years, and we are going to be due for renewal as of October 1st. The new agreement is going to be through Tyler Technology, and again, this would be in support of our computer-aided dispatch, what we use for our calls, anything that would come through on the computers.
Bobby, will you press that mic button, please?
Nope.
Thank you, sir.
Yep. I hope you heard most of what I said, at least.
We did.
Okay. Last year, if you look at page 2, it kind of shows the increases. This would be for another 5-year contract through 2025. Last year, we paid just shy of $9,200. That would be between police and fire for the software maintenance and support. As it is with Tyler Technologies, over the next 5 years, it will increase 4% annually. This year, it will increase to $9,546.18, and that is currently incorporated into Chief Downey's and the fire department's budget. So this money is already allocated. We are looking for signatures, obviously, to move this interlocal agreement forward. In addition to myself, Chief Information Officer Jared Shoup is here as well tonight, but that's basically everything in a nutshell.
Thank you, Bobby.
Yes, ma'am.
Jay, do you want to add anything?
I don't have much to add. Jared Shoup, Chief Information Officer, Flagler County. I don't really have much to add other than to thank you guys for the partnership. About 5 years ago, 2015, we merged all of our contracts together into one. We are the sole vendor currently right now with Tyler in the county, so everything comes through us. We just back bill what we pay. We were able to reduce the proposed rate from 6% to 4% with Tyler with a 5-year lock-in. So this really makes us so we can create a nice static budget, not that weird increase that was going to be up to 6%, so we'd never know what it was until the month before the bill was due. And I want to thank all of our partners. You guys have been great through this. We have the city of Palm Coast, the Sheriff's Office, and the city of Benel Police all on board with the project. So this runs through our CAD system through dispatch as well. So it's the heartbeat of public safety. So I appreciate your partnership as we have had in the past, and I hope that this passes tonight. Thank you.
Okay, thanks. Okay, anybody have any questions? Eric?
Just a real quick comment. Jared, before you roll, I would be remiss in not thanking you for just not only this item, but it's a huge taxpayer savings by the good job you guys do in being thrifty and shopping around and then letting us piggyback with you. So it's very appreciated because I know this is one of a lot of things that we do that with. I just want to tell you that while you're here standing in front of us.
Thank you.
Okay, anybody else? Anybody in the public have a question or a comment? Seeing none, I'll close public comment. Look for a motion.
Motion to approve interlocal agreement between Flagler County and City of Flagler Beach related to CAD software maintenance.
Second.
All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Aye. Okay, good. Thank you. Thank you for coming and staying all this time. Number 17, Resolution 2020-25, establishing the speed limit on municipal-owned streets.
Resolution 2020-25, a resolution by the City Commission of the City of Flagler Beach, Florida, establishing the speed limit on the municipal-owned streets within the municipal limits of the City of Flagler Beach, providing for an effective date.
Anybody have any comments or questions?
I'd like to hear from the chief because he had a comment for me.
Chief had a comment?
One.
Well, you know, we discussed this a little bit, or I talked to the city manager about this, because now that it's 25 on A1A, we don't want the back roads,
Right.
whatever, being 30. But the chief had some comments for me.
And I spoke to the mayor about it before, so it's not a shock when she hears it, but I'm opposed to it. The speed limit on 25 miles an hour from 23rd Street down to North 2nd Street on A1A was done as a result of a speed study by FDOT. Central Avenue from 100 to South 24th Street is already 25 miles an hour. I don't see anybody leaving A1A to come to a side street to go 25 or 30 miles an hour that have stop signs. I don't see traffic leaving one roadway to go to another roadway with stop signs. So I don't see where lowering the speed limit is going to do anything but create bigger problems, because most residents take the side streets anyway, and they're used to driving 30 miles an hour. You lower it to 25, the complaints are going to start coming through, and we're a very small department. I don't think we'll have the human resources to keep up with the speeding complaints. If the speed limit's 30 and they're used to going 35 or 37, if you lower it to 25, realistically, are they going to lower their speed? Probably not. And then you're going to have a speeding problem.
Question. So if this didn't come from Chief, where did this come from?
Because when, I don't remember who
I
instigated.
spoke to Larry about it. Larry put it on there. Are we going to keep Central at 25?
I would absolutely keep Central at 25 from 100 all the way down to 24th Street. It's already signs there. There are 10 25-mile-an-hour signs from just as you cross over 100 all the way down past Beachfront Grill.
So from 24th South, does it bump to 30?
Yes.
Yes.
Okay,
And on
It goes to
Daytona
30 all the way
Flagler,
down
it's
to
30.
28th.
28.
But on A1A, in that part, it's 45.
Right.
So I would keep Central as it is now from 100 to 23rd, 24th Street at 25 miles an hour. I think that's more than adequate to keep anybody that would come off A1A to go to a side street. We know the locals take the side streets. Very rarely do they take A1A.
If you had the option to change any speed limit on any road in the city, would you change any of them?
I may reduce some of the speeds a little further north,
Okay.
but that would be the only one I would change. But then again, that would be on a state roadway,
You're talking about A1A.
and I wouldn't even have the authority to do that.
Okay, right.
All right, no, I
As far
think-
as our roadways.
No.
Okay,
No.
that's all I wanted to hear.
Okay.
Thank you.
I didn't understand. Thank you for sharing that, Matt. Drew, on section 2, I didn't understand this about John Anderson.
I believe we used this resolution when we changed the one on John Anderson. So that's probably
Oh, so
why.
that's where
That was a mistake. What happened, Linda went to Larry, Larry told me to draft it. I drafted it, I sent it to Drew, I sent it to Matt, I never heard back from Matt or them. Drew said he was okay with the language in it. It met requirements, but that's a typo from me, that's.
Okay, okay.
Yeah, I think the typo there is just John Anderson Highway comes.
Right.
Right.
Anybody else in the public wish to address this?
I'm just reading what's on the agenda, and it doesn't establish it just says establishing speed limits on municipal-owned roads. At the north end, we have people driving too fast. I don't know if you do that by more police checks or lowering the speed limit, but we know right there around 17th and 18th Street, too many people blowing up the street, blowing through the stop signs. You got kids playing on the road. We don't need to have people driving around 30, 40 miles an hour on the road up there.
And to his point,
What's the speed limit on Central and on the north end?
30 through.
It's 30.
He's referring
That's
to.
what-
Right, up where Mr. Harrington's talking about, it's 30, and if that's an enforcement issue, we'll go up there
Right,
and
that's
Yeah.
enforcement.
take care of that. Again, if you lower the speed limit to
It's not
25,
gonna-
your speeding problem doesn't go away. Now you've got people going 40 and a 25 as opposed to 40 and a 30. So I just see it as an enforcement issue, and we could put out education stuff, electronic message boards. We can do all that, and then the last part's going to be enforcement, so. And when it comes to enforcement, I can tell you who it's going to want to be in. It's going to be the locals.
Yeah, because I'm going to go 30 on the map.
Right, so I'm just, for the record, when it comes out and the complaints come in, don't you have anything better to do? Why are you writing speeding tickets to locals? Just beware. If you want me to do something, that's what's going to happen.
Anybody else in the public? Seeing none, I'll close public comment and see what we want to do.
Yeah, or rather
I
than
say let it
nothing.
die.
Yeah, we could either do nothing, or I could make a motion to table it, no date certain.
Yeah, we don't have
Easier
to
just
do-
to let it die.
Just let it
Easier
die.
for Penny to let it die.
There you go.
Okay. It died. And we'll skip commission comments so we can deal with ordinance 2020-02.
It's an interesting perk. Locals could get a better speed limit than folks passing through. It's a benefit, right?
Okay, ordinance 2020-02, land development regulations having to do with tattoo establishments.
Ordinance number 2020-02, an ordinance of the City of Flagler Beach, Florida relating to tattoo establishments, amending the Code of Ordinances, Appendix A, Land Development Regulations, Article 2, zoning to define the term tattoo establishments and provide that tattoo establishments are permitted use within the highway commercial and general commercial zoning districts, amending Section 14-8 to provide that tattoo establishments are prohibited in all zoning districts where not expressly permitted, providing for conflicts, providing for severability, providing an effective date.
Okay,
And this
comments?
is second reading, right, Penny? Are we back on?
This is back to second reading? Yes, it is.
And Mr. Torino is here, so we held off on this somewhat so that we could take it back to the par board, through the code. I think I had told you that early on when we were having the virtual meetings, asked for some time to take this back. They already saw it on their formal reviews, so we took it back as a kind of courtesy review. And they asked you, and I'm sure Mr. Torino will get more into it, but have asked you to reconsider the, making them a principally permitted use in general commercial zoning district. And at least, they don't like the idea, I think, of having them permitted in any event in the general commercial. But at the very least, I think the direction they gave to me at least was to ask you to consider making them a special condition within the general commercial tourist district. Did I capture what you remembered from the meeting, Larry?
No, it's pretty accurate, but.
And I know Mr. Neal has sent his own email, which is, I think, a little bit stronger than what they talked about at the par board, but.
At the par board, essentially, they reiterated what they recommended the first time around was to permit them in highway commercial as a special exception. And that was the outcome of the second review of that ordinance. And the premise is, this is a tricky one, and this isn't about the nature of the use. It's more about the nature of the business and the effect it could have in Flagler Beach if it's permitted as a unrestricted permitted use in the general commercial. And the reason the board has identified that, and I would concur with them, is the general commercial zoning district in the city, looking at the zoning map, which we did the first go-around. And I'm going to reiterate what I said then. It's a very unique situation along A1A, north and south of State Road 100. There's ongoing issues now with the conflict of some of the general commercial uses along there that butt up to single-family residential, essentially for 21 blocks, 9 blocks north of State Road 100 and 12 blocks south of State Road 100. You have single-family residential butting up, and there's gentlemen here tonight, for an outdoor entertainment permit. Most of the issues with the restaurants, you know better than me, are created by noise concerns. And essentially, that's one of the basic concerns, at least that I have, from a zoning perspective, is the proximity of these types of businesses that they may have on the proximate residential uses. And I'm saying that because of the general population that typically is a client to tattoo establishments. I'm not talking about the element of the individuals. I'm not talking about scruples, morals, values, anything of that nature. But I'm talking about it's generally very popular with the motorcycle population, of which I was one of them for 30-some years. And I have tattoos on my shoulders, and I don't think I'm a big detriment to this country. But that aside, all I think, and I have to concur with the planning board, is that it's the ancillary issues that may be created, either be it by noise or by lighting. And I'm saying that because these businesses generally don't know the hours of operations, but I would presume that they're open in the evening hours. And again, the concern being primarily along A1A. And a level of oversight to give assurance to the residential uses that would be behind these businesses, not knowing where the parking may be, whether it's in front, side, or back, by enabling them to have an unrestricted right to locate a business along that corridor, to me, presents an issue that could otherwise be avoided if it was scrutinized with a little bit more oversight through the special exception process, where you could address concerns about lighting, concerns about where the parking is situated. So essentially what you're doing is evaluating them on a site-by-site basis. I presented this to Brian Teeple. As you're aware, they're doing the Land Development Code rewrite, and we've increased dramatically the uses list for the specific zoning classifications here in the city. And I asked Brian his opinion, and my question to him was, Brian, if you were looking at tattoo establishments, body art studios, whatever, knowing Flagler Beach, knowing the zoning, knowing the city, where would you place the most appropriate location for tattoo establishments? And he thought about it, and he told me general commercial. And I asked him why.
General commercial.
Yeah, I'm sorry, highway commercial. And I asked him why, and essentially it was the same thing we're kicking around here. It's not the element of the business, it's just the potential of, frankly, noise and light. And again, whether or not the city commission wants to restrict or permit them in the general commercial uses, but restrict it to a certain area in the core of downtown where it's surrounded, if you will, by other commercial uses, and keep it away as much as possible from single-family residential, to me, is a judicious move. And that's all we're bringing out. It's not like, I don't oppose tattoo establishments. You can't look at this, in my opinion, from a personal standpoint. For the city of Flagler Beach, I believe you have to look at it from the standpoint of protecting the best interests of the general public, and the general public in this case being those people that live in single-family homes, perhaps duplexes or whatever, on the east side of Central Avenue. So that being said,
again, I defer to the city commission. If nothing else, somewhere, whether it be general commercial, not so much highway commercial, but in general commercial, if the consensus and the opinion is to maintain that this type of a business is appropriate in the general commercial, I would ask, from a zoning perspective, that you consider at least making it a special exception, and preferably to keep them, to keep these type businesses in the highway commercial area where there's good exposure, good traffic, and good buffering from residential areas.
So PAR board said they recommended
The
highway.
PAR board recommendation, Mayor, was highway commercial as a special exception. And the purpose, again, for the
The general
special,
commercial.
no general commercial. Yes. But I would like to read something into the record that I received from Brian Teeple, if I may. And this email was to me, and it says, during the rewrite of the city's land development code, I reviewed the uses allowed by zoning district. I understand that what district tattoo parlor should be allowed in remains an outstanding issue with the city. The city of Flagler Beach is typical of small cities on the east coast of Florida in that a lot of the commercial uses tended to come after the pattern of residential development was already in place. These commercial uses were generally fronting major thoroughfares and displacing a portion of the residential development. This historical evolution of land use resulted in commercial uses in uncomfortable proximity to remaining residential uses. This fact suggests that the city must carefully consider what types of commercial uses are appropriate for these areas and not allow those uses that will exacerbate a commercial residential conflict, especially when it comes to the issue of noise. Accordingly, I recommend that the city consider allowing tattoo parlors only in the highway commercial district. Should the city desire to allow tattoo parlors in the general commercial district or tourist commercial district, they only be allowed as a conditional use or special exception in order to provide the city with an opportunity to condition the use so as to mitigate off-site impacts. And I'd like to submit this for the record.
Did you,
Okay. I have a question before we start. Highway commercial is basically where Publix is and that shopping center. And on the other side of the street where the Babcock Furniture is, correct?
That's correct. It's both the shopping centers west of John Anderson, with the exception of CVS. I'm sorry.
CVS is general commercial.
Yes.
If you go up Roberts Road, we approved the Baptist church to build up behind Publix on Roberts Road. What's the zoning there?
It was general commercial.
That's general commercial?
Well, we changed now. The zoning of that changed to public, semi-public for the church.
But if there's vacant land around it, it's...
None of the vacant land around that parcel is PUD in the city of Flagler Beach.
On the other side of the street?
I'm sorry?
On the east side of Roberts Road?
On the east side of Roberts Road is PUD as well.
Yeah, that I knew. So it's PUD on the west side of Roberts Road up towards the church? Where the
Yes.
church is going to go?
Yes.
Okay, thank you. All right, Debbie?
I have a couple of questions. Larry, we have a tattoo parlor in town already, right by
Yes.
Finn's. That's considered to be in general commercial?
Yes, that was grandfathered in.
That was grandfathered, okay.
Mhm.
Have we ever had any residents complain about that tattoo parlor, or has the police department ever been called? on a
Not that I'm
frequent
aware of.
basis to, okay. And my last question is, has a tattoo establishment come to us, just from my own knowledge? Is this the reason why we have this public hearing? Has a tattoo parlor come and said, I want to open up an establishment in Flagler Beach?
I'll let Drew speak to that.
Yes and no. It's complicated. Yes, you had, the existing one came before them. I think it's because I don't remember It was actually a different one that came in, that wanted to come in and couldn't come in. That's not why this is in front of you. This is in front of you because when they had one come in, it got sent over to me. I took a look at it, took a look at what you have, which is an express prohibition on tattoo parlors, which doesn't fly in the Supreme Court law that has developed within the last decade or so. So after the ordinance you have, kind of the court has changed the rules of the game to say you can't just say no tattoo parlors, which is what your code currently says. So we had to find a zoning district that it works in. This went forward to PAR board. I think you and I had worked out one that was what they're still recommending now, which was special exception in highway commercial. It had moved to the commission, and when it got to the first reading at commission, that's when you discussed broadening it to include general commercial and to be a principally permitted use. So that's kind of the history of it in a nutshell.
And let me say this one thing too, Commissioner Phillips. And I don't, the ordinance that we're referencing was ordinance 1995-15. And when you read the recitals for that ordinance, it stipulates that the main purpose for prohibiting tattoo parlors is that the city commission at that time felt tattoo parlors were detrimental to two things. One was tourism and also detrimental to the public. I don't agree with that at all. But I do agree that for the city of Flagler Beach, because of the geometry and all of its general commercial area and how it's delineated, that it could be, and I use the word could, it could be a problem. And this is only not in the short term, but in the long term. So basically, it's trying to protect the interests of that corridor, quite frankly.
Eric?
I have a lot. So what I'm hearing is zoning by stereotype. That's what I'm hearing. What noise does a tattoo shop make? Are you referring to the method of transportation that only some clientele take there?
That's true.
Okay.
Correct.
So that's completely invalid rationale. The motorcyclists ride their motorcycles.
That's no more invalid rationale than what you're saying, Commissioner. I beg to differ with you.
Okay, well, you had your turn. So we don't regulate businesses by the type of transportation a clientele takes there. There was emails that I received, and it talked about noise. It talked about intensity of the use of the area. A tattoo shop works the same way as far as intensity purposes go, the same way a doctor's office works. You have very limited clientele in the building because the experts are with their clientele. This is not a high-volume business. This is a appointment, vehicles pull up, and then they get their services done, and then they leave. This is not high intensity. The tattoo shops are regulated and governed by the Department of Health, which are the same people that regulate dentist's office and doctor's office, and they also function the same. There's no intensity issues. If we are concerned about the method of transportation some of the clientele take there, then that's an entirely different thing that gets addressed outside of this. And, there was an email that talked about how Bike Week has grown tremendously in the last few years, which is actually statistically wrong. It's gone down tremendously in the last couple of years. Getting into arguments over the marketplace and macroeconomics of Flagler Beach, it's not valid. This business, for all intents and purposes, is exactly like a acupuncture, chiropractor, doctor's office, lawyer's office, any other type of business like that. To argue otherwise serves no purpose. It's not factual. During Bike Week, bikers go there. And bikers also go to everywhere else during Bike Week, too. So that argument is not even valid.
Eric, could you say what you think and not invalidate what other people think?
Right, well, what I'm doing is I'm responding to the material that was presented to us.
Well, just,
Yeah.
again, if you could tell
Well, no,
us
I'll-
what you think.
Yeah, but it needs addressed. The way the ordinance is written right now is just fine. We do not need to put it in highway commercial, which, basically is using a loophole to still ban it. Highway commercial is so small that it's not even practical. Completely against it. We had it right the first time. The arguments that are presented to argue otherwise aren't valid. Not this commission, I voted against it, but we just put a high-intensity coffee shop in a residential area. How are we going to use the argument we're protecting residential area when we just made an exception for a coffee shop? It doesn't make any sense to me. And a tattoo parlor is less intense than a coffee shop. That's all I got.
Well, I remember going through all this not long ago, and that's what we decided on. I'm in agreement with Eric. I think it's good the way it is.
Linda, do you have anything to say?
I know Hammer's going to be upset. He's the only place in town. Now they can all come in.
Anybody in the public wish to address this?
I think we talked a lot about this before. I don't think that highway commercial that's at the front of the city. That's our introduction to the city. We've got tattoo parlors. I mean, we should be able to have them spread out logically, and having a special exception is probably the way to go. Put these things in where things fit. Is it going to bother the neighbor? Well, then, maybe be better down the street or whatever. Just like the boat storage place up in the Hammock. They stuck that right in the middle of the neighborhood.
That's a county issue.
Well, it's just by reference. There's a tattoo parlor on A1A down in Ormond by the beach, Ormond by the sea. I rarely ever see anybody there. I just think the special exception's the better option to go and evaluate it case by case, where it is.
Okay, thank you, Paul. Anyone else?
I had talked to Larry about this earlier this afternoon, and Commissioner Cooley, Larry's not against tattoo parlors.
Why not?
I think, especially with Inflicting Beauty, they close at 9 o'clock. They're never open past 9 o'clock, and I think and I'm not putting words in Larry's mouth, I think what he's talking about is if you move it, and I agree, it's like a doctor's office, but a doctor's office is not open until 3 o'clock in the morning. I think that's what Larry's trying to say is traffic coming and going, shining lights in people's houses at 2 or 3 o'clock in the morning, that's going to be the issue because someone wants to get a tattoo at 2 or 3 o'clock in the morning right next to a residence. That's what I think he's talking about. So I don't know if there's something we can do with the exception with hours. I think that's where he's coming from. But I don't think anybody here is against tattoo parlors. It's 2020. I mean, we've gone through COVID, why not just hat up?
Drew, if we could rather easily change this to a permitted use within the highway commercial and general commercial zoning districts by special exception.
You can, and you can do it tonight. It
But
would not be-
you would have to start over again, though,
Nope,
right?
That's what I was
Doesn't
saying. You
change the
can, and you
title.
can do it tonight because it's included within the notice that the title gave. It's actually less than what the title said. So that's a change that you can make tonight. And if the concern is interaction between use, whatever the use is, because there are other special exception uses in our code. But with a special exception, what that does is one of the things you consider on any special exception application is how that proposed use is going to impact surrounding areas.
Right.
So if you use the chief's example, and I think the one that Larry was alluding to too, of if it's open hours that the typical business is not open, if you have one that proposes to come in across the street from residential, you might look at that differently and impose hour requirements as opposed to one that was coming in the core of downtown that was surrounded by other businesses that might be closed at 3 a.m. You might treat those differently, and you would have every right to if it was a special exception, and it would not, assuming that you were being not arbitrary, not capricious, and that you were being fair in your consideration, that is a distinction you can make because they are two differently situated properties, and that is what the special exception process gives you the ability to do. And yes, I could make that change, and you could direct it to be made tonight and still approve.
Okay. That's all I needed to know. Thank you.
If we were to limit it to the general commercial area in the core downtown, would that go against what the title says?
I don't think it would go against what the title says. I don't think we could hash that out without seeing the draft. I think defining those boundaries would get into a deeper debate and probably require more wordsmithing than I would feel comfortable just giving a verbal, this is the change.
Okay.
We
Well,
could still do that by special exception process, right? You know,
I don't know.
figure out what
Well, that's why I say
this
if you
property works
do
better
it,
than another property.
generally speaking, I mean, generally in your code, unless you have use-specific criteria, your general special exception criteria are going to apply. And those always include consideration of impacts to adjacent properties. So that is always a consideration when you're coming forward, when you have a special exception application coming in, which that's one of the very first things that most cities will consider is, okay, what type of business is it? What are the hours? What kind of traffic is it generating? And what are the properties that are next door and surrounding it? Did I say anything you would disagree with? No, sir.
Okay. So, going back across the bridge, the property that is on the corner of Connecticut and 100, that goes back 1 street and goes over to John Anderson, Dr. Johnson's property, the big hill that everybody puts their political signs on. It's for sale again. That's general commercial.
That's correct.
It backs up to residential,
Correct.
the back end. Because I know he went through a big hoopla with the last people who were going to build an office park there. John Haran is got on your next PAR board meeting approval for another different project in that area. So if we were to say special exception in general commercial, that property backs up to what will now be 2 residential developments plus some single-family homes. We could say that's not a good location if it was found to be, or the hours would be.
Is it existing development or at least permitted development? Is it in the pipeline, the development that she's talking about? Or either one of you can answer, I don't know.
Well, there's one there are private homes, single-family homes on the street.
So there are existing homes?
Existing homes.
Single family.
That would be adjacent to the proposed, where, yes, absolutely, you could consider that, because and what Brian Teeple is talking about in his, it's the same concept, is when you're considering something on a special exception, that's the very first thing you are looking for is conflict of uses. And that's really how special exceptions came to be, is acknowledging that sometimes the use works, sometimes the same use doesn't work if you move it over 2 lots.
Okay. Thank you. Okay, so what do we want to do?
My recommendation is to leave the ordinance as it, and add the special exception.
Say, I'm sorry, Debbie.
I'm sorry. My recommendation is to leave the ordinance as is and add the special exception.
To both districts?
The conversation thus far has just been making general commercial special exception and leaving highway commercial.
And leaving highway commercial the way it is, okay.
Question, Drew?
Yes, sir.
Does making it a special exception give you the ability to control hours of operation?
Yes, in this case it does. It's unlike your outdoor entertainment, which is a pure speech right. Now you're regulating the commercial activity. So you don't have that First Amendment issue that we would have with outdoor entertainment.
So Debbie made a motion? No?
I was listening, doing two different things. I did have one comment that came, Mr. Torino suggested, and we disagree a little bit on the meaning of the words, but I'm sensitive to where it comes from, and I respect the PAR board and the members of it. So if you look at line 36 to 39, the city commission, my language is assisted by the recommendations of the Planning and Architectural Review Board, since they have very kind of directly stated their opinion on this, and since you are choosing, as is your right and authority, to go a slightly different direction than that, if that's the motion that's made, I would propose that instead of assisted by the recommendations of the Planning and Architectural Review Board, replacing assisted by with after considering.
Okay.
I think you were assisted by their recommendations one way or the other, but I also understand how they might take a little bit of umbrage when you don't do it. Sometimes happens. There's nothing wrong with that. That's part of the process. But I think after considering, because you certainly have considered their recommendations. You good with that? I'm okay with that. So I would ask that that be included in any motion also.
Okay, so I'm going to make a motion to add special exception to the current tattoo ordinance, and I'd like to include times, hours of operations as well.
You don't have to do that.
It's just part of the, okay.
So what you're actually saying is that we will move it. Would you like a recommended motion? Motion to approve ordinance number 2020-02. After amending, or with the amendment of the tattoo establishment use to be a special exception within general commercial instead of a principally permitted use as currently drafted.
Okay, I'm still going to need help with that, so, but I'll take a stab.
No, if you just want to say so moved.
Okay.
Because this one, it did get a little bit tricky, so I'll start over.
Okay.
Motion to approve ordinance number 2020-02, moving the tattoo establishment use from principally permitted to special exception use within general commercial, and amending the whereas clause beginning at line 36 to change the words assisted by to after considering.
So moved.
Second.
Oh, we could do what Joy always said, what he said.
What do you say?
Commissioner Bellhumor? Oh, I'm sorry, you need to open, don't you?
Yeah. Anybody in the public wish to?
Did you?
address?
They already did.
We already
Okay,
did that, I know, but we had a motion, so.
Commissioner Bellhumor?
Yes.
Commissioner Phillips?
Yes.
Commissioner Cooley?
Yes, the motion.
Chair Mealy?
Yes,
Thank you, Larry.
Thank you.
yes, thank you, Larry. And Matt. Hate to make you sound like an afterthought. Okay, commission comments. Mayor?
Thing I have, and I discussed this with Liz because I know it is time to do Larry's evaluation. We usually do it in June or July. So I'd like to request that we go ahead and ask staff to get it ready for us, and possibly at our first meeting in September. Would that be enough time for everybody to get it back? No? 2 weeks, 3 weeks? Isn't enough time?
Oh, the budget will be pretty much done by then.
Yeah.
Well, she gave it to us.
I
Oh,
didn't.
no, this is the audit evaluation, sorry.
We didn't get
I
it.
just saw evaluation. 2 weeks?
I think 2 weeks is good enough.
Yeah, okay.
Today's the 20th, that would be the 10th, so, I don't know.
Okay with that.
By the 10th? Everybody good with
I'm
that?
gonna check on that.
The 10th, which will, for our meeting on the 10th, because don't we have to have it back by the 10th for the meeting? Okay.
So Liz will send it to us in the format where we can put the numbers in on the computer.
It'll be an Excel.
Excel, yeah.
Yeah, she's got that all,
Yeah.
so she's
Okay.
already got that bookmarks on.
Okay, everybody's good?
That's all I have. It's a long night. We've got to be back here at 9 a.m., so.
Rick?
I really don't have anything other than, we don't want to forget about our strategic planning session somewhere down the road.
Yep.
Okay, that's it.
Eric, anything pressing?
I'll wait till next meeting.
Okay. Debbie?
I have no comments.
Okay, the only thing I want to remind, if you haven't signed up yet, the League of Cities has the ethics training online on October 14th. If you-
It said you had to wait till like tomorrow to sign up.
Oh, really? I
Yeah,
didn't
because I got a reminder in my calendar to, I think it's Tuesday.
I don't know, I would sign up early
Yeah,
because.
sign up for ethics training, I got down.
Good
Tuesday,
boy.
25th.
Okay, I'll save everything else for next time, too. All right, the next thing is, I guess, Drew, this is yours, the personnel file letter.
I'm just waiting on comments from, it's ultimately your letter. I was just the draftsman, so I took a crack at it, but, so the first, I do have a couple more things when we get done with that, so I don't forget.
Okay.
But that's where we can start.
Well, maybe so you don't forget, why don't we do that first?
Okay. So, a week and a half, 2 weeks ago, Liz came to me, there is a trip and fall case that insurance has been handling. They've gone back and forth a few times on when the settlement negotiations. I think they have basically a deal done at 12,500, staying consistent with what we've done the last several years. Liz told them that she would need to bring that number to you, understanding that that's not a number that comes out of the city's coffers. The city's in for the deductible, that money is already spent. So this is money that comes out of the insurance company's coffers. But in principle, the commission has asked that these types of settlements be brought before you. So I told Liz to give it to me, and I would come forward and I would ask for approval so she can go to the insurance company and say, yes, you can settle this case.
So we've gone through our deductible already? Okay.
Yeah, this will have no financial impact on the city more than it's already had.
And we have to consider what the legal fees would be if we don't go along.
The insurance company considers what the legal fees are, because again, as long as it's within the limits, this is insurance
No, I meant if we
dollars at
said
this
no. If
point.
we said no.
If you said no, it's still insurance dollars.
No.
Your insurer might not be happy with you, though, because their interest is in saving legal fees, yes. And that's how these conversations began, is, the insurance company, if they can get a low settlement, they're gonna get out of the case sooner rather than later. We all understand that, but I also understand the principle of things and why you've asked to be kept in the loop on them.
So you need our approval for that.
At least, it doesn't have to even be by formal motion, but if I have a consensus that Liz can tell the insurer that they can settle, that is sufficient for me.
Okay, Debbie?
Yes, sorry.
Okay. Eric?
Do you have a recommendation?
I would recommend you settle it.
Yes.
Okay, Rick?
So you're saying we would spend more than that in legal fees?
I'm saying the insurer would spend more than that,
Then
and your
raise the
insurer
rates.
would ultimately become less and less happy if that repeated over time.
And then raise the rates on it.
Okay.
So I think you have,
To that end, and the second thing that I wanted to bring up is, and this one, because it was a contentious negotiation and we were concerned about the delay in taking this time to come here, before, and I don't even remember what the case was. I remember it was a very small settlement amount, but there was different council members. I don't remember which one, I do remember which one it was. I don't remember why he had the issue with that case. But it was actually a very small settlement amount, but it raised the principal issue of he didn't believe that we should be settling it, and I think the commission agreed that it made everybody upset that somebody was getting settlement money for that claim. But at the same time, there are times when, well, we need 2 weeks to get it in front of our commission could be the difference between a case that settles for, $10,000 or a case that the lawyer or the client says, all right, fine, if you're not gonna, we're gonna take you all the way to trial, and next thing you know, the insurer is, paying out and, worst case scenario, eventually exhausting the coverage limits and then it costing the city money. And I at least would, and you don't even have to give me an answer tonight, but stick it in the back of your head. If you want to give me an answer tonight, that's fine. Going back to where we were before that one, that got us to what I'm doing now, of if the city manager and your risk manager and the attorney agree that a case, it's a good settlement that the insurer is proposing, to let us authorize the insurer to make that settlement. I mean, you know me well enough to know that if it's a sizable settlement, and I think you're gonna have an interest in hearing it, I'm gonna say, let's take it to our commission. But there are situations where either it's so small, it's not even worth having to do, or it risks, skewing a deal. Sometimes time matters.
If I'm remembering the same one, you said it was something like $6,000.
It was. So I will let Liz know that too, and she will be very happy. And I think the
Everybody's okay with
insurer
that?
will be happy too, because I think they were a little bit nervous on this one, that they might lose the settlement, but I think it's fine.
Okay,
And then, so that leaves the last thing.
okay. So, anybody have any comments on this letter?
No, I've read the letter, and I think it's fine as is. I think Rick had asked for a change to be made, which has been made, and I'm good with it.
Yeah. Everybody's good?
Is there a revised version of this?
Yes, I gave it to
Recently
you today.
revised? Okay.
I gave it to you. Well, the one that you got, I revised, because I thought everyone kind of forgot about it, and I remembered it when I was doing minutes. And I just changed the word pandemic, but Drew.
Added COVID-19, I was just a little bit more specific about what.
That's what I wanted to make sure was in there, and this copy doesn't show that, but if
There's another
The
one.
copy you got today says that.
okay.
It's got a little.
All right, I'm not disputing that, I just wanted to make sure that it did.
Yeah.
I think that's pretty important to know.
By the way,
Here.
I'm still on the phone.
Hi.
Hi.
Well, do you guys want some comments? The action there, we talked about it. One thing is that DOT in the city is willing
I think you just
to
do a
look
staff
at,
comment.
take over the bridge so we can toll it. DOT is asking for a proposal, which to me is a non-financial proposal, but I wanted the board to think about it, just so I know before I put effort into this, that the board is willing to do that. A bridge has actually got a 50-year lifespan.
Larry,
Our bridge,
Larry, it's 9:20.
Yes.
We have to be back here very early in the morning, and that's a big issue. That's not something that we can be talking about right now.
so you're telling me to
I'm telling you to bring
let it go.
bring it to us
I got it.
at another time.
I will be there tomorrow. I apologize for missing this evening.
Okay,
But I will be at the budget meeting tomorrow at 9 a.m.
good. Hopefully, we will be too. Okay.
I'm done.
Okay. Just, it's such a big issue, that's not just something you can throw out here. Drew, were you finished?
Well, I would ask you to make a motion to
Oh,
adopt that, so
okay.
that Penny has the record that it was formally adopted.
All right. Anybody want to make that motion?
And we will update the date to whatever date the mayor actually, or I guess,
Yeah.
I'm sorry, making a motion for the letter or the insurance?
the letter.
Oh,
The insurance I didn't need, but for the letter, but I was saying the date on the letter was July 23rd, but it can be,
It's on a separate page.
oh, okay, good deal.
Okay, so I will make a motion to approve the personnel file letter for Larry Newsom to be placed in his personnel file.
Is there a second?
Somebody
You have a second?
second?
I'll second it.
Do you want a roll call?
Voice vote.
All those in favor?
Aye.
Aye. Okay, you're finished, Larry. Did Larry have anything else he wanted to say?
He said he was done.
He was done. Okay, Penny.
So the RFP for real estate services for the city was put out twice, and both times we only had one person respond. That was Palm Wave Realty and John Horan. There was an evaluation process within the RFQ, and that was done, and he received a score of 91.25, which was definitely passing. And I explained in the summary, the only reason he didn't get a higher score was because of my interpretation of one of those questions. And there was only a few questions, so each one was weighted heavy. So at this point, I'm just asking you if you want me to contact Mr. Haran and ask him to draw up a listing agreement for the 1844 property that we can bring back before you at another meeting.
Okay. Everybody good with that? Yes? No?
No, I'm okay with that, but are we signing them up to be our real estate agent for
Well,
2
once
years?
you-
Like, is what the,
That would, once you do that listing agreement, that kind of automatically does that, puts him in
yeah,
there.
but that's specific to one lot, right?
He would be, for 2 years, he would be the real, until he withdraws or you guys don't want him, if that were to happen.
Okay, but
But it would be specific to that lot, I think would it be
The
broader?
listing agreement would.
But that's what Rick's asking, are we just talking about that lot?
Well, that's the only lot we have for sale right now.
In the next year, we decide.
We may, or
He
we
would
may
be-
decide to buy,
He
or
would still be on.
he would be our
he
real
would
estate
still be-
agent. So is
yeah.
there a separate document for that?
We didn't do one for the Myers when we were
Okay,
with them.
all right, I'm just asking.
It was
okay.
just a tracking thing on my calendar.
Okay,
So in contract calendar, I have notices,
Okay.
you know.
all right. That's all, I wanted clarity on that, thank you.
Okay.
And also, I gave to you, it might have been up on the counter up there, unless you picked it up earlier. We received from Mr. Cameron the regional legislative priorities. And what I provided you was his letter asking for them, our cover letter that went to them last year, and the items that we submitted last year. So I'm just asking you to review them and report back to Mr. Newsom any additions that you may like, because we need to have this on the next agenda for approval, so we can submit it to them the following day.
Okay. So everybody individually just gives them to Larry?
I mean, you can talk about it more at the next meeting, it's just kind of running out of time, so. And the issues we had are kind of still the same issues, so.
Yeah, I'm sure they are.
They asked that you only have 3. You can have more, but they asked that you only have 3. But, you know.
Yeah, because they put them together with.
Well, yeah, they don't want a book, they
Yeah.
want a booklet. Other than that, Carlos has been sitting beside me tonight. He's been a godsend for me with the cameras, helping me. So we'll get it all wired up where it'll look neat and pretty. This was just to get it for tonight and tomorrow. I don't know.
Well, since we were stress testing it tonight, and that was definitely accomplished, I may swing by in the morning.
That's fine, you can swing by, but.
We'll feed you.
Yeah. I'm, you know, I don't know, I think am I a quick learner?
I'm sure all the people out there watching,
is
thank
amazing.
you as well.
So, yeah, get off my back. Oh, that's done, and that's it, and, good.
Motion to adjourn.
Okay.
I got here early
Goodness.
and I drove up the coast for a while, so I was coming by the water tower, and I was thinking about that.
That's the,
Were you going 25?
yeah,
I was.
He was real early today.
You know, you could